Markets, organized by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, in association with World Bank and IETA as knowledge partners. My name is Namrata Sehrawat, and it is indeed my honor to be your host for this prestigious conference. Today, we stand at a very critical juncture. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is here, it is real, and it demands for an urgent action. But while the challenge is immense, so is our opportunity to reshape our world into one that is sustainable, resilient, and equitable. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency, under the guidance of Ministry of Power and Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change, has launched a transformative initiative of Indian carbon market to maintain low carbon economy. On a global scale, this effort is guided by the key framework of the Paris Agreement that builds upon the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, that aims to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and limit the global temperature rise. To meet the Sustainable Development Goals, we need to reduce the global carbon dioxide emission by 45% by the year 2030 from the levels of 2010 and reach the net zero emissions by 2050. So the time for incremental steps is over. It's time to take the bold and decisive action. That is why PRAKRITI 2025 is not just an event, it's a movement. The world needs to join hands, take responsibility, and accelerate solutions to combat climate change. We are indeed proud to host such a remarkable representation of both national and international delegation here. It's a true testament to the shared commitment across nations. So over the course of next 2 days of this conference, we will be delving into the mechanics of carbon markets. We'll explore the global best practices and discuss that how the innovative financial mechanisms drive climate action at scale. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin any moment from now, as we shall be having our honorable chief guest any moment. Well, currently, our honorable chief guest, Shri Manohar Lal, Honorable Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs, has arrived at the venue and is now being escorted along with the other dignitaries to the ministerial lounge, where he will have a brief social media engagement and share his thoughts on this incredible event. The chief guest will then take a moment to visit the Indian carbon market journey wall in the hallway, showcasing the tremendous progress we have made. It's a truly inspiring journey, and we are proud to share it with everyone here today. As they continue through the hallway, the Honorable Minister, along with the dignitaries, will stop by and take a commemorative picture with the PRAKRITI banner. It's a symbolic gesture representing the unity and strength of our shared mission for a sustainable future. So ladies and gentlemen, one more time, I would like to request, I can still see a lot of people standing at the back outside in the pre-function area. All of you are requested to please join us here and kindly put your mobile phones on the silent mode as we're about to begin any moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister will be arriving here any moment. I would request everybody, again, who are standing at the back, yes, please have a seat. I can see a lot of people are taking some really good pictures, and they've already started making some videos. So just in case if you're planning to post it online, please make sure that you use the hashtag #PRAKRITI2025. Let the world know that you're present here, and you can share all the insights that are going to be shared here today on your social media. But please use the hashtag, #PRAKRITI2025. May I humbly request all our guests who have just joined us to please have a seat as the Honorable Minister is about to arrive any moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Chief Guest is now currently visiting the Indian Carbon Market Journey wall in the hallway, and he shall be here any moment. May I request everybody to kindly keep the center pathway clear. We shall be expecting the Honorable Minister to take a commemorative picture at the Prakriti banner any moment from now, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we have already kept our mobile phones on the silent mode. If now, I would like to humbly urge you to please do so right away. It's a humble request one more time to everybody who is still standing at the back to please take their seats. I can see a lot of seats vacant over here on this side, just in case if you're looking for the vacant chairs. But please, everyone, occupy a seat. The chief guest is about to enter the hall any moment from now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an incredible opportunity to network with each other and also share our global practices with the world, since we have both the national as well as international delegation over here. So please make sure that in between the breaks, we take this opportunity to network and make some new friends. I hope you would be carrying your business card over here. Please make sure to pass it along. I can see a lot of people are on their mobile phones. May I request you to kindly keep it down now, as the Honorable Minister is just to arrive in next 10 seconds from now. Please, everybody, keep your mobile phones down. The Honorable Minister is now about to arrive in the hallway. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now joined by the Honorable Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal, our Honorable Chief Guest for the day. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Along with the other dignitaries, Shri Akash Tripathi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, Shri Dhir Shrivastav, Chief Engineer, Energy Conservation, Ministry of Power, and Srimati Namita Prasad, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. I heartily welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. Welcome to you, sir. Aapka bahut swagat hai. May I request all the dignitaries to please be seated at the dais. May I now request the Honorable Minister, along with the other dignitaries on the dais, to kindly proceed for the ceremonial lamp lighting. Ladies and gentlemen, lamp lighting holds a really crucial significance in our culture. It's a representation, it's a symbol of triumph, of knowledge over ignorance, of light over darkness, of positivity over negativity. So as we have lighted this lamp, we pray to the deity to bless us all with abundance of health, knowledge, and prosperity. May I now humbly request Shri Akash Tripathi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Manohar Lal, Honorable Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs, by presenting him with a shawl. I would request Shri Dhir Shrivastav, Chief Engineer, Energy Conservation, Ministry of Power, to welcome Shri Akash Tripathi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, with a shawl. May I now invite Shri Dhir Shrivastav, Chief Engineer, Energy Conservation, Ministry of Power, to kindly address the gathering with his words. Sir.
Good morning. Honorable Minister of Power, Housing and Urban Affairs, sitting on the dais, Sri Akash Tripathi ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, Srimati Namita Prasad, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Forest. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, global experts, and esteemed delegates, a very good warm welcome to you all and very good morning to everybody. Distinguished guests, it is my honor to welcome you all and extend a warm welcome to all of you in Prakriti 2025, an event that marks a defining moment in India's journey towards sustainable and energy-efficient future. It is an honor to welcome esteemed dignitaries whose vision and leadership continue to drive India's energy and environmental policies towards the low carbon trajectory. Their presence here today signifies the commitment of the Government of India to advancing sustainability through progressive policies, innovation, and collaboration. As we gathered here today, we celebrate a major milestone, the launch of Indian carbon market. This initiative stands as a bold and strategic move in our efforts to mitigate the climate change while ensuring economic growth and energy security. A well-regulated and transparent carbon market will serve as a powerful tool to incentivize emission reduction, drive investment in clean energy, and encourage investment to the industries to transition towards a low-carbon pathway. It will not only strengthen India's commitment to net zero targets, but also position our nation as a global leader in carbon financing and sustainable development. At the heart of this transition, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency is playing a very crucial role. Since its inception, the Energy Conservation Act of 2001, BE has spread its effort to cover all sectors of economy, be it coal, be it petroleum, be it other energy sources. The energy efficiency has been built in, and we have achieved a lot of improvement in the energy sector. We last year saved around 53.6 million tons of oil equivalent. The energy we saved. Now we are moving towards the emission saving. So BE's role will be there in the carbon market. BE will be the administrator in the carbon market. The journey will continue. I urge all stakeholders, government agencies, industry, financial institutions, research organizations to come together in strengthening the Indian carbon market. Collaboration, innovation, and data-driven policy will be the key to making this journey a success. The responsibility to shape a more energy efficient and climate resilient future rests with each of us, and I am confident that the discussions and deliberations here today will provide a strong foundation for the road ahead. I once again welcome you all to the PRAKRITI 2025 International Conference, and look forward to insightful discussion that will shape the next phase of India's journey and the carbon market. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Shri Akash Tripathi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, to share his insights with the gathering. Sir.
Our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of Power, Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lalji, other dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. On our way here, we were just going through a PRAKRITI wall. I think you must have all seen that. That really shows the concern we have now for the climate change and how to mitigate the risks associated with the climate change. There have been significant developments over the years. There have been Kyoto Protocol, there was Paris Agreement, and subsequent COPs in which we are making our goals more stringent, more ambitious. India has also taken various steps. We have been trying to improve our energy efficiency. We are trying to conserve energy. We are trying to go for energy transition. And some accounts we have done exceedingly well, especially I would say on the energy transition. You must all be aware that we are moving much ahead of our target of having non-fossil fuel installed capacity. We had determined that we'll go for 50% by 2030, and we are about to achieve that target very, very soon. Energy Conservation Act came, and subsequently we have initiated many measures to improve the energy efficiency. Some of the important initiatives have been the standard and labeling program. We all know that the star labeling of various appliances, and it not only educate our consumers and determine their choices also towards the higher energy efficient appliances. And it has given significant reductions in carbon emissions. We have come with the building codes for energy conservations. We are currently implementing those codes, and that they will also pave the way for conserving, have energy conservant buildings and energy efficient buildings. Also, in 2012, we launched our PAT, the Perform, Achieve and Trade scheme, in which we have covered the crucial sectors which are responsible for carbon emissions. And we have, through subsequent cycles of PAT, we have really achieved energy emission reduction targets. Now, over and above that, a significant milestone which we are going to achieve is now the Indian carbon market. You are all aware that we notified CCTS, that is Carbon Credit Trading Scheme, in 2023. We decided that for the compliance mechanism, because in the carbon market we have a compliance mechanism and there is a voluntary mechanism. In compliance mechanism, we had decided that we'll, in the first stage, we'll take 9 hard-to-abate sectors. And we are working on those sectors. We have been mapping, we have been auditing those sectors, we have been interacting with the stakeholders. And I'm happy to share that very soon we should be in a position to notify their targets for emissions in coming years. Once we notify those targets, and since other mechanisms, the other necessary mechanisms which we need to implement for launching the carbon market are already going on in parallel. We are targeting that by 2026, we should be in a position to actually start trading. Honorable Minister has just given us target that we should not wait till 2026 and we should try to launch it as soon as possible. So I assure him that we'll work on that and we'll try to do it as soon as possible. On the voluntary mechanism side also, we are taking various methodologies, and we are basically taking some guidance from the CDM mechanism which was implemented subsequent to 2005 Kyoto Protocol. And we'll very soon notify those voluntary mechanisms also. So both buyers and sellers would be ready. While notifying this target, we are conscious of the fact that we need to look at the marginal abatement cost also. It should not be totally unviable. We need to be very pragmatic while we are setting those targets. That's why we are interacting with our stakeholders. Those stakeholders and those industries are also at various level of evolution. Some are very efficient, some have already migrated to renewable energies, and they are already beyond the targets which we are going to set. So they have no problem in achieving those targets. But there are industries who are already, who are so far on primitive technologies, they have not migrated to renewable energies, and they'll have to have significant investment to achieve the targets we are going to set. So we have tried to adopt an incremental approach so that by 2027, they achieve 40% of their targets, and the remaining 2 years, by 2030, they'll be able to achieve the rest 60% of it. So we are trying to stagger those targets so that they can conveniently achieve that. So while implementing this Indian carbon market, we have certain challenges also. Since it's in a nascent stage, we need to develop all the mechanisms. Our market needs to be efficient. Our regulation needs to be tight. Our monitoring of targets should be tight. We should be able to sufficiently incentivize industries so that by achieving targets, they are achieving energy efficiency also, and thereby reducing their cost. So as I earlier mentioned, that marginal and abatement cost should be a critical parameter through which we are setting the targets. The integration with global markets would be another challenge, because there are some global markets which are much evolved, like EU market, UK markets and other markets. We need to integrate with those markets also. So that would also pose a challenge. We are confident that the way we are approaching to the problem, we should be able to mitigate all those risks and challenges. And as I mentioned earlier, the 26 is the upper limit. We'll try to start trading as soon as possible. That's a commitment. And this conference, we feel that will give us a roadmap, will give us insights into how we should go for the compliance mechanism, the voluntary mechanism, the integration of markets with the global markets, how to efficiently do the registry work, how to efficiently regulate the market, how to control the price volatility in the markets. So we have high hopes with this conference. I wish that we have very productive discussions and everybody contributes and we get a really good strategy coming out of this conference once we close this conference tomorrow evening. My best wishes. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the opportunity to hear from our honorable chief guest, our visionary leader, Shri Manohar Lal, Honorable Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs. Sir, may I request you to kindly address the gathering.
सबको मौका दो भाई, पीछे वालों को भी मौका दे दो। आज के इस अवसर पर इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन कार्बन मार्केट्स बहुत ही सारगर्भित समय अनुकूल ये विषय और आप लोगों की उपस्थिति, इस अवसर पर मंच पर विराजमान हमारे मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पावर के एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री आकाश त्रिपाठी जी, चीफ इंजीनियर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पावर श्री धीरज श्रीवास्तव जी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट मैडम नमिता प्रसाद जी, डिस्टिंग्विश्ड लीडर्स, बिजनेस लीडर्स, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आज का जो विषय जिस शीर्षक के नाते से हम इसको कर रहे हैं, प्रकृति 2025, जो विषय है और जो शीर्षक है, दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन बहुत ही सारगर्भित है, क्योंकि हम जानते हैं कि मनुष्य सुख की कामना करता है और मनुष्य के सुख की कामना को पूरा करने के लिए देश और दुनिया में बहुत से विकास के काम किए जाते हैं और विकास के काम जब तक सामान्य उपलब्ध मानव शक्ति और संसाधन उनसे पूरे होते हैं तो कोई समस्या नहीं आती है, लेकिन जब ये मानव संसाधन और जो रिसोर्सेज जिसको कहना चाहिए वो प्रकृति का दोहन करना शुरू करते हैं तो वहाँ थोड़ी चिंता शुरू होती है। जब हमने इसके लिए अत्यधिक उपयोग प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का करना शुरू किया तो उन संसाधनों का शोषण होना शुरू हुआ, चाहे वो पानी है, चाहे वो पृथ्वी है, पहाड़ है, वनस्पति है, आकाश है, वायु है। इन सब चीज़ों का उपयोग करते हुए चिंता हुई कि प्राकृतिक साधनों से जितना हम ज़्यादा सावधानीपूर्वक अगर नहीं बरतेंगे तो असंतुलन हो जाएगा और इसकी चिंता देश ही नहीं दुनिया के लोगों को पिछली सेंचुरी के दूसरे उत्तरार्ध में यानी उत्तरार्ध में ये महसूस हुई। 1980s में दुनिया में बहुत से ऐसे सम्मेलन होने लगे कि जब यहाँ कार्बन का उत्सर्जन ये बहुत ज़्यादा शुरू हुआ, प्रदूषण होने लगा, तो इसको कैसे ठीक किया जाए। उसी में 1987, 2005, 2015 पेरिस एग्रीमेंट 2015 में हुआ। वहाँ से लोगों को यानी देश के सब देशों को अपने अपने टारगेट्स तय करने के लिए एनडीसीज इसका जो एक प्रचलन हुआ कि हम कितना कार्बन कम कर सकते हैं, इसका उत्सर्जन कम कर सकते हैं, उसके पैरामीटर्स बनाए गए और उन पैरामीटर्स को बना करके उसके अनुसार हम सब चलें, क्योंकि सब वॉलंटरी है, सबको अपना योगदान करना है। नेशनली डिटरमिन्ड कंट्रीब्यूशंस जो अपने आप अपनी कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकते हैं। थ्योरी आई कि नेट जीरो एमिशन हम कब तक कर लेंगे। सब देशों ने अपना अपना एक टारगेट तय किए। यूएसए ने टारगेट तय किया कि हम नेट जीरो 2050 तक हो जाएंगे। भारत ने तय किया कि हम नेट जीरो एमिशन 2070 तक अचीव करेंगे। तो ये सब करने के लिए सबको अपना अपना मैकेनिज्म ये सबको बनाना है। देखा जाए तो ये जो पर्यावरण संरक्षण है ये अपने देश के लोगों के लिए नई नहीं है। पर्यावरण संरक्षण तो सदियों से हमारी संस्कृति का यह अभिन्न हिस्सा रहा है। हमारे परिवारों के लोग भी उस समय इसमें सामंजस्य ये बैठाते थे। हमारे जो महाकाव्य हमारा साहित्य है उसको भी हम पढ़ते हैं तो हमको ध्यान में आता है भगीरथ द्वारा गंगा का अवतरण, अर्थात किस प्रकार से जल संरक्षण को महत्व को इसको दर्शाता है ये विषय। इसी प्रकार से श्री कृष्ण गोवर्धन पूजा के द्वारा प्रकृति का कैसे संरक्षण करना है ये उसमें से ध्यान में आता है। ऐसे ही रामायण का अरण्य कांड ये वनों का संरक्षण उसकी पवित्रता इसको उजागर करता है। कितने ऐसे उदाहरण दिए जा सकते हैं। भगवान विष्णु का मत्स्य अवतार ये भी जल निकायों और जलीय जीवन के महत्व को दर्शाता है। तो ऐसे ही इसके दुष्परिणाम क्या हो सकते हैं। महाभारत में खांडव वन दहन की घटना, ये घटना ऐसी है कि जो अंधाधुंध जैसे हम विनाश के दुष्परिणाम हो सकते हैं उसके बारे में ये बताता है। ऐसी कितनी कथाएं हमारे संस्कृति में जुड़ी हुई हैं। सामान्य जीवन में हम देखते हैं आज भले वो प्रचलन हुआ कम हुआ होगा, लेकिन परिवार में सदस्य अपने घर में तुलसी लगाना, पीपल की पूजा करना, क्योंकि पीपल और तुलसी ऐसा माना जाता है ये ऑक्सीजन का उत्सर्जन करते हैं। न केवल दिन में रात में भी करते हैं। कोई पेड़ कम ही होते हैं जो रात में ऑक्सीजन का उत्सर्जन करें, दिन में करते हैं, रात में कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड करते हैं। लेकिन ये दोनों पेड़ ऐसे और भी ऐसे बहुत वनस्पति हैं, क्योंकि ये ऑक्सीजन का कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का चक्र ये प्रकृति का चक्र है। तो इस प्रकृति के चक्र को जैसे हमने उसका संतुलन बिगाड़ना शुरू किया और विकास के नाते से कार्बन का उत्सर्जन ज्यादा होना शुरू हुआ तो इम्बैलेंस हो गया और खतरे पैदा हो गए तरह तरह के। अगर उसमें हम लेटेस्ट बिल्कुल नवीनतम खतरा हमने पीछे देखा, कोविड का खतरा। अब इस कोविड के खतरे में ऐसा महसूस होने लगा कि कहीं दुनिया विनाश ना हो जाए। कितनी चिंता हो गई। ऑक्सीजन इसको कैसे बढ़ाया जाए। प्राकृतिक साधनों से कृत्रिम साधनों से खूब ऑक्सीजन पैदा की, लोगों को ऑक्सीजन, फिर वैक्सीन्स। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यहाँ के साइंटिस्ट को कहा कि ऐसी वैक्सीन तैयार करो जो दुनिया के लोगों के काम आ सके, जिसमें से हम इस वायरस को समाप्त कर सकें। न केवल भारतवर्ष बल्कि दुनिया के 100 देशों को हमने उन वैक्सीन के माध्यम से और वायरस से छुटकारा देने में यानी कोविड से छुटकारा देने में हमने सहायता की है। तो मित्रों ये काम लगातार चलने वाला है। अब हम दुनिया में आज का ये जो प्रदूषण है ये हमारी चिंता का विषय है। इसको कैसे ठीक करना है, कैसे इसको घटाना है, इसके लिए हमने कई कदम उठाए हैं। जैसा अभी बताया गया कि दुनिया में हम लोगों की सबसे तेज बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्था में हमारी एक अर्थव्यवस्था है। हम देश को 2047 तक विकसित भारत बनाना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था उसी प्रकार से बढ़ रही है। अगर अर्थव्यवस्था बढ़ रही है तो उसके लिए, विकास के लिए हमको डेवलपमेंट, हमको उत्पादन, हमको ये सारी चीजें करनी पड़ेंगी। और इसमें पावर का अपना एक योगदान है। हमारा जीडीपी डायरेक्टली प्रोपोर्शन टू द पावर प्रोड्यूस्ड बाय द कंट्री। अब जब पावर प्रोड्यूशन करना है तो जो परंपरागत हमारी थर्मल पावर है उसकी बजाय हमको आरी की ओर बढ़ना पड़ेगा। उसके हमने टारगेट तय किए हैं। हमारा 2030 तक हमने तय किया कि जीडीपी की एमिशन इंटेंसिटी को हम 45% कम करेंगे और 2030 तक आरी 500 गीगावाट आरी का हम जनरेशन करेंगे। हम आरी की स्पीड अपनी बढ़ा रहे हैं ताकि थर्मल से हम थोड़ा सा बच सकें। तो इस प्रकार हम कार्बन को कैसे, इसके उत्सर्जन को कम किया जाए, तरह तरह के कंपटीशंस और इसको आर्थिक संसाधनों से जोड़ने के लिए आज जो इस युग में परिवर्तन हुआ है उसी में से विषय निकला है इंडियन कार्बन मार्केट। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पावर ने ब्यूरो ऑफ एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी के माध्यम से इंडिया की एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन एफर्ट को लीड किया है। हम एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन में बहुत अपना परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं। हमारी एफर्ट्स को अगर देखा जाए तो BWE के परफॉर्म, अचीव और ट्रेड प्रोग्राम में इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी को हमने ट्रांसफॉर्म किया है। इसमें बहुत प्रगति की है। अंडर पैट स्कीम एनर्जी इंटेंसिव इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए रिडक्शन टारगेट सेट किए हैं और एनर्जी सेविंग सर्टिफिकेट्स ट्रेड करने की सुविधा ये दी गई है। इससे न सिर्फ कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव एमिशन रिडक्शन संभव हुए बल्कि इंडस्ट्रीज को क्लीन टेक्नोलॉजी में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए भी इंसेंटिवाइज ये किया जा रहा है। दिस वाज ए सक्सेसफुल मार्केट बेस्ड अप्रोच। सो फार 8 cycles of PAT have been initiated since 2012, covering 1333 units from 13 sectors. 13 सेक्टर से हमने 1333 ऐसे जो इनिशिएटिव जो है वो हमने लिए हैं। इस जर्नी का अगला जो मेजर माइलस्टोन है वो, जैसा हम अभी विचार कर रहे हैं, वो है इंडियन कार्बन मार्केट। इंडियन क्रेडिट ट्रेडिंग सिस्टम 2023 के तहत इसको हमने लॉन्च किया है और इसकी इंडिया की सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ की कमिटमेंट को और आगे बढ़ाने का हमने संकल्प लिया है। इंडिया कार्बन मार्केट की स्थापना का एक महत्वपूर्ण ये कदम है। उद्योगों और व्यवसायों, नवचारकों को उत्सर्जन कम करने, स्वच्छ प्रौद्योगिकी में निवेश करने और ग्रीन इकोनॉमी में योगदान देने के लिए ये प्रेरित करेगा। ये याद रखना होगा कि केवल इकोनॉमिक टूल नहीं है। कई बार हम इसको मान लेते हैं कि आर्थिक की दृष्टि से इकोनॉमिक टूल के नाते से इंडियन कार्बन मार्केट काम करेगा, बल्कि ये हमारी एनवायरमेंटल कमिटमेंट उसको दर्शाता है। इसे सिर्फ प्रॉफिट मेकिंग या फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन का साधन ये नहीं मानना चाहिए। लेट मी हाईलाइट हियर दैट टू अचीव द डिजायरेबल आउटकम्स हमें स्ट्रॉन्ग गवर्नेंस और ट्रांसपेरेंसी सुनिश्चित करनी होगी ताकि कार्बन क्रेडिट रियल, वेरिफिएबल और फ्रॉड प्रूफ हो। नया मार्केट है, कभी कभी खतरे भी होते हैं, तो इन खतरों से बचने के लिए भी हमको मैकेनिज्म ये अपने बनाने होंगे। सैटेलाइट ट्रैकिंग और ब्लॉकचेन जैसी तकनीकी का उपयोग करना चाहिए ताकि उत्सर्जन कटौती ऑथेंटिक और मेजरेबल हो। केवल डिक्लेरेशन न हो, इट शुड बी मेजरेबल। कैप एंड ट्रेड सिस्टम को डिक्लाइनिंग कैप के साथ लागू करना होगा ताकि समय के साथ एमिशन रिडक्शंस सुनिश्चित की जा सकें। साथ ही ग्लोबल कार्बन मार्केट्स में जुड़कर ट्रांसपेरेंसी और बेनिफिट्स को और बढ़ाया जा सकता है और अधिक इंडस्ट्रीज, कंट्रीज और कॉरपोरेशंस की भागीदारी को बढ़ावा देना होगा, जिसकी वजह से मार्केट लिक्विडिटी और एफिशिएंसी ये बढ़ेगी। EU, ETS और कैलिफोर्निया ETS जैसे कार्बन मार्केट्स को आपस में जोड़कर मूल्य स्थिरता और मूल्य निर्धारण को और मजबूत करना होगा। यदि हम इन सिद्धांतों का पालन करें तो हम एक रोबस्ट, क्रेडिबल और इफेक्टिव कार्बन मार्केट बना सकते हैं जो वास्तव में सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ को बढ़ावा देगा। मित्रों, एट दिस पॉइंट आई वुड लाइक टू अप्रिशिएट ऑल द ऑफिशियल्स ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पावर, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल फॉरेस्ट एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड ब्यूरो ऑफ एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी, जिन्होंने एक स्ट्रक्चरल कार्बन मार्केट फ्रेमवर्क विकसित करने में अथक प्रयास किया है। इंडियन कार्बन मार्केट केवल एक नीतिगत पहल नहीं है, बल्कि ये एक ग्रीन और सस्टेनेबल इकोनॉमी की दिशा में परिवर्तनकारी कदम है। ये दो प्रमुख स्तंभों पर आधारित है, कंप्लायंस मैकेनिज्म और ऑफसेट मैकेनिज्म। कंप्लायंस मैकेनिज्म बड़े एनर्जी इंटेंसिव इंडस्ट्री के लिए जीएचजी इंडस्ट्री रिडक्शन को अनिवार्य बनाता है, जिससे वे कार्बन क्रेडिट सर्टिफिकेट्स के माध्यम से अपने एमिशन टारगेट्स को पूरा कर सके। इसी प्रकार ऑफसेट मैकेनिज्म कृषि, वानिकी, अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन और परिवहन जैसे क्षेत्रों को वॉलंटरी पार्टिसिपेशन का अवसर देता है, जिससे वे कार्बन ट्रेडिंग का लाभ उठा सकते हैं। एज ऑफ नाउ इंडियन कार्बन मार्केट के कंप्लायंस मैकेनिज्म में 9 सेक्टर शामिल किए गए हैं, जबकि ऑफसेट मैकेनिज्म के तहत विभिन्न कई विधियों पर विचार किया जा रहा है। इंडियन कार्बन मार्केट पेरिस एग्रीमेंट के तहत भारत के एनडीसीज के अनुरूप है, जिससे ये सुनिश्चित होता है कि हम ग्लोबल क्लाइमेट एक्शन के नेतृत्व में काम करते हैं, नेतृत्व हम करते रहेंगे। अगर मैं इस सार रूप में कहूँ तो भारत सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ और एनवायरमेंटल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के एक नए युग में प्रवेश कर रहा है। इंडियन कार्बन मार्केट के माध्यम से हम एक रेसिलिएंट, ट्रांसपेरेंट और इम्पैक्टफुल सिस्टम विकसित कर रहे हैं, जो हमारे डेवलपमेंटल एस्पिरेशंस और ग्लोबल क्लाइमेट कमिटमेंट के अनुरूप हो। आइए हम सब मिलकर इंडियन कार्बन मार्केट को एक ग्लोबल मॉडल बनाएं, एक ऐसा बाजार जो न केवल इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को प्रोत्साहित करे, बल्कि हमारे भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के लिए भी एक स्वस्थ ग्रह भी सुनिश्चित करे। आई विश यू ऑल ए सक्सेसफुल कॉन्फ्रेंस। आई होप Prakriti 2025 proves to be a key platform for learning, sharing knowledge, and exploring opportunities for collaboration in our collective global effort to combat climate change. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. सर, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अपने बहुमूल्य विचारों को हम सभी के साथ साझा करने के लिए। ऐसे प्रतिभा संपन्न व्यक्ति की मौजूदगी मात्र हमें हर्ष और उल्लास से भर देती है। सर, आपके कार्बन मार्केट को शीघ्र ही भारत में लॉन्च करने के निर्देशन ने हम सभी को और भी ज़्यादा उत्साहित कर दिया है। हम यही आशा करते हैं कि भारत शीघ्र ही इस मुकाम को हासिल करे और इंडियन कार्बन मार्केट को एक ग्लोबल मॉडल बनाए। With that, I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Saurabh Didi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Power, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, Joint Secretary, MOEFCC, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Power. It is my privilege to extend my deepest gratitude to all on the dais. At the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs. Sir, your words like banyan tree or tulsi, that basil, is actually phenomenal, that these trees are actually giving a lot of oxygen to the world. Also, you said that strong governance and transparency is required. We ensure you, sir, that our carbon market is actually establishing transparency complete. We had 15 stakeholder consultations where we called people, and more than 200 people participated in that. Also, we ensure you that we are using blockchain technology for our registry, which will actually ensure that it is a very stringent governance system. I also extend my heartfelt thank you to Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, for outlining the crucial link between energy efficiency and the carbon market development. Sir, your insights today reinforce the need for structured, market-driven approach to emission reduction. Also, I give my regards and gratitude to Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment. Their support in development of regulatory framework is essential. They actually helped us in development of these notifications and also target establishment. Also, my thanks to Chief Engineer, Ministry of Power, who actually helped us in the technical advancement and regulatory mechanism that facilitated seamless transition towards a low carbon economy. Sir, we had more than 1,500 registrations for this event, but due to the venue size, we were not able to accommodate, so a lot of people have joined online as well. So regret to all those people who have not joined, but thank you to all the people who have actually joined here. Also, sir, a lot of efforts went from my bureau's team like Ashok ji, Mandeep, Meenakshi, who actually supported in organizing this, PricewaterhouseCoopers, who actually gave us technical expertise, Rajiv, Ralhan, Tushar, Pankaj, Sudan, Anjan, all those people actually helped us. iForest also helped us in development of all the infrastructure, all the collection of data and all those things. Then World Bank and IETA are actually knowledge partners, so I give thanks to all these people. So I look forward, sir, today for engaging discussions as you directed. Once again, I thanks and extend my heartfelt thanks to each of you for your presence, insight, and commitment. Your participation is driving force in shaping our India's sustainable future. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. With that, I would again like to thank our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Manohar Lal, Honorable Minister of Power and Housing and Urban Affairs, our dignitaries, Shri Akash Tripathi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, Shri Dhir Shrivastav, Chief Engineer, Energy Conservation, Ministry of Power, and Srimati Namita Prasad, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Thank you for gracing this occasion and inspiring all of us with your valuable thoughts and showing us the way ahead. Thank you. Thank you so much once again for marking this event with your glorious presence. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break for the next 10 minutes, post which we will resume with our first knowledge session. Please make sure that you're here back on time in next 10 minutes. Thank you. Partnerships. I believe this is one session that you would not want to miss out on, so without any further ado, may I request you to please occupy a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning with the next session in next 10 seconds. Can I request all of you to please have a seat? That is about to happen today. One more time, I would just like to humbly request you to please occupy a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this thematic address will be on catalyzing investment in clean energy through innovation, knowledge, and global partnerships. This would be delivered by Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance. Dr. Ajay Mathur, as we know, he is the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, that is ISA. The ISA is a treaty-based intergovernmental organization with 122 member countries, which aims to make solar as the energy of choice in its member countries. Dr. Mathur has spearheaded the implementation of solar energy projects and capacity building projects in many developing countries, and of the publication of annual progress reports on solar technology, markets, and investments. Prior to joining ISA, Dr. Mathur was Director General of the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, and a member of the Prime Minister of India's Council on Climate Change. He was co-chair of the Global Energy Transitions Commission and the Clean Cooling Initiatives on the One Planet Summit. We welcome Dr. Ajay Mathur here, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause. I would humbly request Mr. Saurabh Didi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to please welcome Dr. Mathur with a bouquet. Welcome to you, sir. So we are looking forward to hear your insights. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Namrata. Thanks very much for this introduction. But what Namrata failed to say is that, amongst other things, I have a very strong link with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency and absolutely enjoyed the 10 years I was with the Bureau. I first want to congratulate the Bureau of Energy Efficiency on being recognized through the Indian Parliament, through an amendment to the Energy Conservation Act, as being the Indian trader for carbon credits. That's number one. The second is, I want to congratulate them on doing this meeting, Prakriti 2025, which is, I believe, the first major international conference after the rules for carbon trading were agreed to in Baku in November last year. I believe that carbon markets can provide the glue to bind together climate benefits on the one hand and renewable energy and energy efficiency initiatives on the other. They are supported in this role by the incentivized emission reductions across various sectors, obviously the national supplemented by the global rules that are set in place. For example, whether you have credits by the displacement of fossil fuel-based energy, or and I particularly want to congratulate the Bureau of Energy Efficiency on the very successful multiple phases of the Perform, Achieve and Trade program through which industry, Indian large energy consuming industry, has reduced the specific energy consumption over the years. So, learning from past experience, what we can see is that we have, number one, witnessed huge growth in the renewable energy and energy efficiency sectors. In India alone, for example, the renewable capacity stands today at, it's in excess of 160 gigawatts, 162,000 megawatts if I'm not wrong. Remember that in 2010, this was hardly 15,000 megawatts. In 2004, it was hardly 20 megawatts. In other words, there is something, and I would suggest that it is the policy initiatives, the constant learning, together with the political impetus that has been given, which has led renewable energy to where it is. But on the other hand, we have also seen energy intensity in India decline dramatically. We have seen several years of more than a 2% decrease in energy intensity every year, and pulling the world up. I think the world average is up, certainly above 1.5, maybe 1.6% a year. But I look forward to the world achieving this as double of what it was. The second issue is there has been a vast amount of work that has been done internationally. For example, I'll take the case of renewables where I am right now. If we look at solar panels or wind turbines, there is a far greater degree of both domestic manufacturing as well as global trade in these areas. This, therefore, provides us with an opportunity to see how innovation can be linked to climate change. We have also seen how energy efficiency has been helped by the PAT cycles, PAT cycle 1, 2, and 3 that I know of. I don't know, you must have started on PAT 4 by now. What we have seen is, for example, it brought the cement sector to be the most efficient in the world amongst the cement sectors. So the kind of technology development and the needs for technology development that have happened have therefore created for us a global system within which these innovative technologies can be absorbed. The short point I want, and similarly in the buildings area. In the buildings area, I would take you back to the India-US Center for Building Energy Research and Development, and which involved a consortia of research, academia, and industry being set up in the US, and similarly being set up in India, who worked together on the creation of the implementation of energy-efficient buildings. The point I want to make is very, very clearly that demand matters. The first issue that I'd like to leave you with is I am a demand-side person, and believe you me, if you create demand, innovation will follow. Yes, carbon markets can be a very, very powerful strategy, but without the demand creation, they work in a vacuum. What we see is that if you look in the Indian ecosystem and you look at the defense and the space sectors, those are the only places where we see innovation being brought to the fore. Now, obviously, defense and space have been circumscribed as far as the global availability of technology is concerned, and therefore they wanted to look at the development of technology locally. But because they were willing to buy, they helped in the creation of a local ecosystem, often paying very high prices, much higher than global prices, for the technologies that they were looking at. So, long-term targets matter. And I would like to leave with you the fact that it will help us all if all countries in the world adopted global targets. And it's not generic statements like we want to go net zero by X year, but on a much more granular basis, focusing on the renewable energy, solar or wind or hydro or geothermal, what are the kinds of goals that we have for various years. It will help greatly if this is further disaggregated and further disaggregated in two ways. The first is disaggregated on the basis of the kinds of sectors in which you're talking about. So, for example, the electricity sector, but equally important is the heat sector in industry. Second, I would suggest that going ahead, we need to look, for example, at progressive targets. So what we could say is that the best solar technology, solar is what I work on, is 22.5%. We would like the best technologies installed in, say, 2030 to be 25%. Or in the year 2035 to be 35%. I'm picking these numbers out of the air. But you get the feel of it. It will help greatly if the world can harmonize these goals and announce that as we go ahead in the years to come, we focus on enhanced demand and enhanced efficiency. This is the first goal. The second is we have seen a lot of collaboration between Indian suppliers, or rather Indian developers or users of technology and international technology providers. I believe, for example, that in the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, if you remember, there, many years ago, the Indian Seasonal Energy Efficiency Ratio, ICER, was introduced. What it did was to tweak the kinds of technologies that were available to meet the efficiency over a large temperature range. And what we see now is the inverter air conditioners. Inverter air conditioners, for example, in India, and you will correct me if I'm wrong, are somewhere near, I don't know what, 45, 50, or maybe even 60% of the sales of air conditioners that occur. We also see that in all of these, and this is the third point, knowledge played a very specific role. Now, the knowledge needs are different across the world. At the International Solar Alliance, based on solar examples, we break up the world into 4 archetypes, 4 groups of countries. The first is the developed countries. Why? Because the energy consumption per capita is more or less constant. Yes, it will increase, particularly because of the use of computing power to fuel AI demand, but right now it is more or less constant. This means that they can add solar to reduce the energy consumption during the day. At night, they have enough capacity because they meet all the needs today. At night, the existing electricity production capacity can be used to meet that demand. I think it's good to compare this with the second group of countries, which is the large developing countries like India. Because here what happens is that the electricity growth is increasing. And since the electricity growth is increasing, you see electricity demand increasing in the day and at night. So while solar can meet the needs during the day, what happens at night? Either we focus on batteries or storage, other storage technologies like pumped hydro, which are cost effective. Or as distribution utilities come to me and say, do you want us to set up solar for the day and enhance fossil fuel capacity to meet our needs, our increased needs during the night? That clearly does not make sense. So emphasis on battery technology, on reduction in costs and increase in efficiency becomes the hallmark of the second groups of countries. I'll also add that this has been relatively successful. In the year 2024, you had 4 tenders in India where what they asked for was round-the-clock renewable electricity. That means all the time it has to meet the demand, and it has to be based on renewables. And what the successful bids did was they did solar and wind and storage. And the price they were able to offer was less than 5 rupees a kilowatt hour. The reason why this is important is because in the same time, the new coal-based capacity that was installed provided electricity at more than 5 rupees per kilowatt hour. This, in a sense, to me, is the straw that breaks the camel's back. The emphasis now is that to upscale it, do you have enough land? Do we have enough transmission lines? Do we have enough investment money? Because while the electricity is cheaper, the investment costs are much higher. In my view, we have turned the corner. The third group of countries is the developing countries where the grid has not yet been fully developed. 2 years ago, the Bureau of the International Solar Alliance had worked towards a study which assessed the costs of grid extension in various countries in Africa where the grid is not fully developed. And what we found was, to our amazement, that solar mini-grids, solar plus batteries, were cheaper than grid extension if you had to extend the grid for more than 10 to 15 kilometers. What this tells us is that for these countries, solar mini-grids are at the top of the agenda. And then this leads us to the fourth category of countries, the so-called small island or large ocean developing countries. And these countries have their own particular needs. And nowhere was I this came to light when I went from the large island to the small island in Fiji. We obviously went by boat. The boats were run on diesel. Who on earth is working on electric boats? And I would like them to be charged with solar electricity. It will be the countries in the first two categories, the developed countries and the large developing countries, where this development of electric boats happens. I'm told that that there is a pilot boat in use in the Marshall Islands. I would very much like to see how this can be moved at scale. So this was a long third category. And the fourth is that ultimately political leadership matters. I gave the example of India, where the political leadership allowed solar electricity. There were obviously lots of decrease in prices, but political leadership first brought attention to solar energy, and then 20,000 megawatts, and then to 100,000 megawatts. And now we are looking at 200 megawatts or 250 megawatts by 2030. These, therefore, tell me, and we similarly had very strong political support for the PAT program, for the Standards and Labeling program. What this tells me is that political leadership ultimately is what makes the dots come together. Obviously, the programs themselves, but also to be able to bring together the innovation that occurs and the binding glue of carbon markets that can occur. So going forward, I would suggest, and this is purely suggestions, I would suggest 3 kinds of initiatives that could be undertaken. The first is a support system which includes financial incentives, which includes technical assistance, and which includes market facilitation. Remember that carbon markets are one mechanism that provides resources in strong, developed country currencies. And as my colleagues in the World Bank have shown, we could create a guarantee mechanism which is based on the supply of these carbon credits being paid for in those foreign currencies. They would take care of the currency depreciation risk and other risks that are associated with the investment in newer technologies and in newer markets. The second is, and this is again based on experience, what we find is that innovation doesn't happen, it's not distributed all across the world, it occurs in hubs. So if you look at, for example, the North European hub, you see across Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark, that's where wind energy develops. If you look at China, this is where solar energy develops. New technologies are developed in Europe and the US. If you look at energy efficient technologies, this was largely Japan and now moving to other countries as well. I believe through evaluation of the kinds of expertise that is available, we need to move towards the creation of hubs. And the last point is, ultimately we need dedicated institutions. And dedicated institutions have worked extremely well, particularly in developing countries. The Solar Energy Corporation of India, for example, is a very good example of being able to provide a market for the new renewable energy projects that occur, and in turn, they sell it to they sell the electricity to the distribution companies. But the point is that with the Solar Energy Corporation of India being the buyer and having an extremely good financial balance sheet, people are a lot more comfortable in reaching out to them than otherwise. I would also like to say that within this context, if you are looking at progressive goals, whether it is sectoral goals or goals regarding efficiency in terms of time, as I talked earlier, that would need specific institutions. So, for example, the National Science Foundations could have their disbursements related to the kind of goals that are set up nationally. In India, for example, the Anusandhan National Research Foundation can help accelerate the progress of renewable energy and energy efficiency in the university sector and the research sector if they are bound together by the pulls that occur from the government and from the industry. I look forward to a very stimulating conversations and discussions in these at this conference and wish it all the best. I thank you for your attention.
Sir, can I request you to please stay back on stage, and I would humbly request Mr. Didi to please join us here and kindly present a memento to Dr. Mathur. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing all your valuable insights with us, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a big hand for him? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, once again. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are now proceeding towards our first plenary session, which is on development of carbon markets, global and domestic policy perspective. This plenary session aims to explore the development of carbon markets from both global and domestic policy perspectives, examining how carbon markets function, their role in mitigating climate change, and the policy frameworks that support their evolution. This session will be chaired and moderated by Mr. Saurabh Didi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, within the Ministry of Power, New Delhi. Prior to his role, he worked as a senior consultant at PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC Private Limited. He has played a pivotal role in the Standard and Labeling SNL program, which led to a substantial reduction of approximately 57 million tons of CO2 emissions. He has been at the forefront of groundbreaking initiatives such as the development of India's carbon market and the formulation of the National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency. document, which has played a significant role in shaping the country's energy policies. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Saurabh Didi on the stage. I would also like to invite our esteemed panelists who have spared their time from their busy schedules and joined us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Hania Daud, Global Practice Manager, Climate Finance and Economics, Climate Change Group, the World Bank. Welcome to you, Ms. Hania. Please have a seat at the dais. We have Mr. Dirk Forrester, President and CEO, International Emissions Trading Association. Everybody, let's keep the claps rolling for Mr. Bartosz Prezvara, Energy, Climate, Environment Councillor, Delegation of the European Union to India. Mr. Stefano De Clara, Head of Secretariat, International Carbon Action Partnership. And Mr. Alistair Ritchie, Director, Asia Pacific Sustainability, Asia Society Policy Institute. Welcome to all the panelists. Over to you, Mr. Didi.
Very grand welcome to all of you for the first plenary session, Development of Carbon Markets, Global and Domestic Policy Perspective. We have Hania, who is Global Practice Manager, Climate Finance and Economics, Climate Change, the World Bank. Dirk, President, CEO, International Emission Trading Association. Bartosz, Energy, Climate, Environmental Councillor, Delegation of European Union to India. Stefano, Head Secretariat, ICAP. And Alistair Ritchie, Director, Asia Pacific Sustainability, Asia Society Policy Institute. Before starting, I would like to make a presentation on the overall perspective of Indian carbon market, that how it looks, and then we will have a round of questions. Next, please. Next slide. So, as you have seen in the inaugural session, we started this journey from 2022 when we had amendment of the Energy Conservation Act. And this act was unanimously passed on a single day in Lok Sabha, which is the lower house, and Rajya Sabha, which is the upper house of our parliament. And only on a single day it was passed. So on December 22, it was passed unanimously, and from 1st of January 2023, this act was amended, where we got powers for our carbon market. In June 2023, we actually had first notification where we notified compliance mechanism, and in December 2023, we notified our offset mechanism. So these two, we can say, practically were launched in 2023. Then we worked a lot on all the aspects, like how detailing will happen, because these notifications gave us overall scheme of the things. Then in March 2024, we actually had issued 10 sectors or 9 sectors which were identified for the compliance mechanism, and May 2024, we identified 10 sectors for the offset mechanism. Then we had detailed procedures of the compliance mechanism, third-party verification procedures, which were we came into place in October 2024. Now we are developing our carbon market portal, so everything will be placed on the ICM portal, and which we will have in subsequent sessions. We will show you how it will look like, and which we will launch in most likely in coming month. Then what we thought that by October 2026, first trading will happen, and this trading is from the compliance perspective. But from the offset mechanism perspective, we can have that trading earlier, provided our projects are ready for the implementation. So if we look at these regulations give us overall scheme of the things, like what exactly will be the role of each entity. For example, what will Bureau of Energy Efficiency will do, what National Steering Committee will do. Like National Steering Committee is the chair committee which will steer everything, which is chaired by Secretary, Ministry of Power, and Secretary, Ministry of Environment. Then powers for regulations, that we can develop further more regulations. We got powers for the third-party verification, and also how these trading certificates will actually will happen. If we look at institutional framework, this gives us overall scheme of the things like National Steering Committee is the overall supreme body who will control everything. Then Bureau of Energy Efficiency is the administrator of this scheme. And then we have registered entity, and these registered entities are two types. One is obligated and non-obligated entity. The people who will get targets are the obligated entity, and the people who will develop voluntary projects will be the non-obligated entity. Then we have third-party verifiers. These people will be called as accredited carbon verification agencies, and technical committees for each sector. For example, when we are developing targets for steel sector, there will be a separate technical committee for steel, or if we are developing a methodology for waste handling, so there will be a technical committee for waste handling as well. Then power exchanges where these certificates will be traded and your certificates will be parked on the registry, which will be maintained by the Grid Controller of India. And overall, from the regulatory, from the trading perspective, regulator will be CERC, that is the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. If we see, so we, as I said earlier also, we had 15 rounds of stakeholder discussions in various parts of our country while development of this framework. We had online consultations, and in all these consultations, more than 1,500 to 2,000 people actually participated in various discussions. Can we have a cursor on the compliance, please? So we have two mechanisms, compliance mechanism, and in this compliance mechanism, we have targets for industries. We are going to give these targets in terms of GHG emission intensity. We have a full round of discussion on the compliance mechanism where you will see the presentation. Can we have a cursor on the offset? Then the offset mechanism is a voluntary program where anybody can participate. It is not necessary that your name is notified by the government of India, but anyone can participate. They can develop their voluntary projects, and they can register those projects. Next. So in compliance, as I said, it's a mandatory program. It's a whole organization. For example, if we are talking about Tata Steel or any other plant, they will be complete unit at one particular place will be actually part of this program. And this will be based on the GHG emission targets. We are calling it as GEI, GHG emission intensity, which will be in terms of tons of CO2 per ton of your product. Then second area is the offset mechanism, which is a project level. So in a single plant boundary also, they can have a project which is not actually covered under the compliance mechanism. And or even if you have a CCUS kind of a project, which you can say that you're not considering your plant-to-plant boundary, then those projects can also be covered as a special purpose vehicle in this program. So, but it will be a project-based and against the baseline scenario. So that's all from the presentation side. So now we can continue with our discussions. So we have Hania first. So Hania is a manager for climate finance economics at World Bank, where she leads actually a team of 330 professionals focused on climate finance. So Hania, first question to you. As, or you can first tell about that what exactly you are doing, and then we can have a round of questions.
Sure, thank you.
Quick remarks.
Sure. Hania Dawood, I'm the practice manager of the Climate Finance and Economics Unit based in Washington, D.C. And we've actually been working closely with the BEE through the Partnership for Market Implementation to actually work to help think through some of the areas and some of the points that you mentioned, Saurabh. And as part of PMIF, we work with 32 countries on design and implementation of domestic carbon pricing instruments and also international carbon markets readiness.
Thank you, Hania. We have Dirk as well. Dirk is a CEO and president of IETA. He previously served with NetSource LLC, manager for one of the world's largest carbon fund. So Dirk, if you can quickly give opening remarks.
Pleasure. So I'm Dirk Forrester. I'm probably met many of you in previous visits here to India. We're really thrilled at the International Emissions Trading Association to see the developments here. IETA is a business organization of companies that are active in carbon markets around the world. We have about 330 member companies, a growing population of those here in India. So again, I think we're here to listen and learn, and also to share experiences of what we've seen working and not working in other markets as they've developed around the world. But I guess a big message here is that you're not alone. There are a number of countries that are in a similar posture, although it seems that you have some momentum here that's exciting. So thank you.
Thank you, Dirk. Next, we have Bartos. Bartos serves as the Energy, Climate Action and Environmental Counselor at the European Union Delegation to India, a position he has held since 2023. Prior to this role, he was Head of Trade and Economic Section at EU Delegation to Turkey since 2018. So, Bartos, if you can give your quick opening remarks.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here to this very important event. Yes, it's very good that we are all discussing here the issues of carbon markets because it's definitely the language of the future. In Europe, we started this discussion already very, very long time ago, many, many years. In fact, we were the first ones to build our emission trading systems. It was established already in 2005, so it's the oldest and the largest in the world globally. In 2022, the value exchanged by market participants exceeded 1.7 trillion euros. Is the largest. So in terms of emissions covered, only China is bigger than the EU. Our system covers practically almost 40%, 37% of all the emissions in the European Union. It covers currently electricity and heat generation, industrial manufacturing and aviation. And from last year, from 2024, also the maritime sector. The total emissions in the European ETS are capped. It's an absolute cap, contrary to what is being discussed here. And this absolute cap, in our opinion and in our experience, is the best solution, is the only solution that really guarantees the environmental and the political outcome. So what we aim at, what we commit to, can be really reached with our system. And in fact, this cap is also reduced over time on the way towards the net zero emissions, which we are planning in 2050. And in fact, the system has been very successful so far. By 2023, our greenhouse gas emissions have already fallen by 37% compared to 1990. So we are well on path towards this net zero by 2050. And in fact, at the same time, over the same period of time, our economy has grown by almost 70%. So in fact, we really managed to decouple the economic growth from the emission growth, which I think is one of the main worries, one of the main sources of anxiety in different countries which are discussing the development of their carbon market system. So basically, it is possible to decouple. So yeah, so the system is fair. It makes the polluter pay. It is flexible, but about this flexibility maybe I will talk a bit later. And also is very transparent. Everybody can see, and yeah, we are also very happy to share our experiences and our practices with everybody here. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stefano. Stefano, we had a chat or call number of times. We are meeting for the first time. Stefano is a head of secretariat at ICAP. ICAP is a forum counting over 40 members and observers for government and public authorities. So, Stefano, if you can give your quickly opening remarks.
Thank you, and thank you for the invite. You did a very gracious job at describing what ICAP is. So ICAP is the International Carbon Action Partnership. It is a global partnership bringing together more than 40 governments worldwide across members and observers. And these governments get together under the auspices of ICAP to jointly work on the design, development, and implementation of compliance emission trading systems. So we help coordinating and advancing the implementation of ETSs globally. As ICAP and as the ICAP Secretariat, we work with our members across technical dialogue, where we promote learnings and the sharing of best practices across governments on the design and implementation of emission trading systems. We also do quite a lot of capacity building work, trying to build capacity and promoting readiness for new governments to develop new emission trading systems. And we also do knowledge and information sharing on all aspects related to ETS design and implementation. We're really encouraged to see great developments and great momentum in India. We're looking forward to working more closely with India on its journey to the launch of the CCTS. Thank you.
Thank you. And another, Alistair, is the last one, but not least. Alistair actually helped us in development of our Indian carbon market. He is involved in number of activities, all the international perspective he is providing, that how exactly what is happening elsewhere. So Alistair is a director at Asia Pacific Sustainability at the Asia Society Policy Institute, where he leads and oversees activities on Asian carbon market development. He's an international expert of GHG emission. As I said, he's helping us in development of GHG emission trading systems and also known leader in their development. So Alistair, if you can give the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Saurabh, and it's an honor to be here at this prestigious conference. So the Asia Society Policy Institute focuses on supporting the development of successful national emissions trading systems in Asia. So we work closely with China, South Korea, Japan, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, and also India. We have a dialogue facility on ETS development in Asia. This is a very hotbed of new developments and exciting opportunities. As Mr. Didi has explained, we've been supporting the Bureau of Energy Efficiency by sharing global best practice. There's a lot more best practice now. It's not only in the EU, but it's also in Asia and also in North America too. And we're working on also a project to look at, we're talking also about climate finance here, and we believe that the Indian carbon market is a very impressive policy, combining the compliance mechanism and the offset mechanism. It has huge opportunities to drive down cost-effective reduction in the covered sectors, but especially it has a great opportunity for generating finance to support investment in technology which may not be commercially viable at the moment. So we believe that a key mechanism for this is the generation of revenue through a transition to auctioning of allowances, and we believe that India could generate between $700 billion to $1.4 trillion through this system. And this is part of a project that we're working on to look at a finance mechanism on how the system can work, not only through the carbon price, but through the climate finance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alistair. So my first question is actually to Hanya. Hanya, with the carbon pricing revenues reaching $104 billion in 2024, how do you assess the global trends of carbon market in terms of effectiveness, particularly in the context of World Bank's role in shaping climate finance? Also, are we seeing a tangible reduction in global emissions because of these markets? What impact do you foresee in the future?
Thank you. Thanks, Saurabh. And the numbers that you quote are actually from the World Bank's annual State and Trends of International Carbon Markets, which we publish annually. The next one is coming up in the next few months. And over the past couple of years, given the interest in carbon markets, we started publishing a second report called International Trends of Carbon Markets that's really focused on the bottlenecks in carbon markets, and we work together with many of our partners here on the panel. So, Saurabh, as you said, last year we had a record $100 billion of revenues from carbon. The trends are, we have 75 instruments that are globally in place, 39 taxes, 36 ETS systems. This said, the coverage is actually quite small. it's just about a fourth of global emissions that are covered by these domestic carbon pricing instruments. And prices are very low. So depending on what study you read, the range is anywhere from $50 to $100 per ton, and the prices on average are actually much lower. At the jurisdiction level, also the performance, I would say, is at best mixed. In the case of China, the coverage, as many people here know, is increasing beyond the power sector to include other sectors like steel, cement and aluminum, but prices are low, $8 to $10, and there are some concerns about compliance and penalty enforcement. In the EU, which, as you said, Bartok, is obviously the largest emission trading system, the prices have been decreasing, and also the progress on CBAM, ongoing, but is taking a little bit of time. Hopefully things will accelerate. The market stability mechanism is slowly being put in place, so the adjustment to include other sectors also growing. In the case of New Zealand, similarly, prices are decreasing. The auction price for floor has been reduced, and there's some uncertainty around forestry as well. South Korea, also price drops and more free allocation of credits. So mixed results, really, if we're very honest. Now, in some, yes, the adoption is increasing, but there are loopholes because of free allowances. There are exemptions for sectors that are high emitting, and there's weak enforcement. Now, let me shift gears and talk a little bit about carbon markets. As I mentioned earlier, at the World Bank, we're doing many things on both carbon pricing and carbon markets, and support developing countries on both ETS and also carbon markets. And what we're really seeing is an increase in demand and appetite from LDCs, a lot from sub-Saharan Africa, on trying to tap into opportunities from international carbon markets. As you said, it's really being seen as an opportunity to unlock and channel international climate finance. So what are we doing in this space, where, as I said, we're seeing a lot more demand? And of course, here we work with others. We have friends from ADB in the room, with ICAP and IETA around capacity building. Ajay mentioned, TA, capacity building, market facilitation. So we're doing a lot of things in this space. So I'm just going to share a little bit of the types of questions that we're getting from our client countries around carbon markets specifically. Help us with strategy for participation in carbon markets. Things like, what are the sectors that are eligible? What should go on a positive versus negative list? Which activity needs a corresponding adjustment? Which doesn't? How do I think about the MAC curves for different activities? Second category of activities, and I really liked your slide, Saurabh, on the institutional framework. What are the core elements of an institutional framework? What's the approval process? What's the transaction timeline? What are the methodologies that can be acceptable? On the infrastructure, and again, this is something that we're working on with BEE. What are the options for a country to develop a registry? Buy it from S&P or Expansive, or use an open source registry. How to make sure that the registry is compliant with Article 6 disclosure requirements, as well as training on data mapping and system architecture. And then lastly, and arguably most importantly, we're working to develop, to help our client countries develop actual projects that can be transacted in the market. And we have several pilots in place, in particular around Article 6. So in sum, $104 billion, yes, it's a record, but there are implementation gaps, and we need higher prices on carbon markets, promise to unlock climate finance, but a lot of work needed on capacity building and actually getting some projects off the ground, because ultimately that's the pudding in the proof.
Thank you, Hania. points taken, like market stability reserve or capacity building, or also, although it's not very good to hear that prices are not very, they are not going up, I will say, like New Zealand or somewhere you said that where prices are actually getting reduced because of the change in the free allowances, but still we feel that there will be significant uppish trend, I will say, by 2030, and also with the market stability reserve. Now, my next question is to Mr. Dirk, that from your perspective, what are the main challenges countries face when designing and implementing carbon markets? How do difference in economic conditions and political priorities, particularly with the context of international cooperation, influence these designs?
Wow, that's an important question. And I think as I look at what's happened around the world on successful systems, the honest truth is that it begins with something you started with, which is stakeholder consultations to draw in differing points of view and make all the covered industries, but also other stakeholders feel part of the process and be bought in so that they understand the policy choices that are being made. But I also, so I represent a business organization. Of course I'm going to say this. At the end of the day, in a market-based system that's trying to reduce emissions from industry, the key thing is for business to be bought in so that they can help provide the political support and the continuity over time to make the program stick. In other jurisdictions, we've seen as political leadership changes, sometimes the approach to carbon pricing gets pulled back. And that's not a good thing for the stability of the market or, frankly, for the reputations of the companies that are included in the program if it gets paused or suspended or something. So I think that that business buy-in is incredibly important. I think the other piece of it is that as we move forward in time, Europe is feeling this already, I know. We work extensively in the EU ETS. And as the pie of free allowances gets smaller and smaller as the caps decline, it starts to really raise the competitiveness concerns of businesses. That means that it's good to have choices. It's good to have choices on available in the market. We think the EU ETS should reconsider use of international credits because the road to net zero, the whole reason the net word is there is for cross-sectoral trading, particularly involving nature-based solutions and other removal strategies, but also cross-border trade. That helps to put competing businesses on a level playing field because they can be exposed to the same international pool of credits and that international pricing. In Europe, we're a ways away from that. We're working on the carbon border adjustment mechanism that's inspiring a lot of countries to look again at the value of carbon markets. But I think in terms of the political obstacles, especially the era we're in right now, being able to demonstrate that you're actually getting the emission reductions and preserving competitiveness, that's the key. And that's all about, frankly, some of the flexibilities that trading brings to bear. So in that sense, I think the direction that India is heading, providing some of those flexible compliance alternatives, including use of carbon credits, is a wise move because it's a way of getting business sort of on the pathway to achieving meaningful targets, but also getting to utilize some of the flexibilities that a market can provide that, frankly, they keep the costs in check at the end of the day. So hope that's a helpful answer.
Thank you, Dirk. My next question is to Mr. Bathurst. From the European Union's perspective, what are the most effective ways to integrate international carbon markets into national climate strategies, especially in countries with diverse economic context, to ensure that these markets not only raise finance but also drive substantial and verifiable emission reductions? So,
Okay, definitely with more and more countries and regions in the world adopting and developing their domestic carbon markets, of course it has become possible and feasible at a certain point of time to start connecting those markets and start establishing channel of trade carbon credits or allowances between different partners. So such international carbon markets, especially the ones under the Article 6.2, can really contribute to increase the ambition and accelerate climate action globally through the lowering of the mitigation costs and through enhancing the climate finance. However, for this system to fulfill its main purposes, there are a couple of conditions that really must be met. And well, it's a long discussion, but here let me just say a couple of words. So this cooperation, first of all, must be fair and must be climate effective. What do I mean by this? So first of all, the cooperation must be in line with the Paris-aligned decarbonization trajectories for both the potential buyer and the potential seller of the credits. So specifically on the buyer's side, this trade, this exchange cannot defer the necessary emission reductions required by the Paris Agreement trajectory and the carbon budget, which is left on the way to 2050, in our case 2050 net zero. So in fact the direct mitigation action, in our opinion, must remain the first priority, and that's why in case of the European Union our principle is that first of all we have to comply with our own path, with our own decarbonization path. It has to be achieved through direct mitigation, and only on top of that, only after that, it can be somehow helped by this carbon trading. We must also ensure that the cooperation mechanism will use only carbon credits of very high environmental integrity. So that includes a number of different features or characteristics, such as I said already, conservative Paris-aligned baselines, the additionality, robust management of reversal skills, the prevention of leakage, which in fact is very important for us, as you talked about competitiveness, avoiding locking in technologies inconsistent with Paris Agreement aligned pathways, robust monitoring, quantification methods. Yeah, there are really a lot of criteria for this environmental, let's say, quality integrity. And it also must ensure that the fair sharing of mitigation benefits and risks between buyers and sellers is ensured. So taking into account all the above, it appears that this offsetting definitely has a role, but it has a limited role. So we cannot really count on it to make sure that our decarbonization path is met or it's achieved. The potential of using those carbon credits trading is the quality of the mitigation action and transformational change rather than really the quantity of reduction that can be sold or bought between countries. So overall, for the Article 6.2, the European Union welcomes the guidance that has been agreed in Baku. However, despite many positive elements for which we have strongly advocated, such as rules of transparency, rules of accountability, we still, let's say, need tangible evidence that really those rules will guarantee the quality of all the approaches that will be undertaken under this on this basis. But of course, apart from this Article 6.2, apart from this internationally agreed rules, there are also other types, other channels of communication, other channels of cooperation. And in fact, I would like to just to mention, to inform the colleagues here and the public here that in the European Commission, last year we have established so-called Task Force on Carbon Pricing and Markets Diplomacy, where we have a couple of colleagues who are really experts in this field and who are very, very eager, very happy to engage in dialogue, in conversation with the partners. Of course, India being one of the most important partners. So yeah, the main purpose is to offer expertise, share our experiences and lessons learned, which countries which are establishing the systems. Of course, we aim at achieve the internationally comparable and consistent carbon markets and carbon pricing mechanism. And in fact, one of our colleagues, exactly from this task force, will be here in India next week. Yeah, so we will have a couple of interesting conferences, couple of interesting meetings. So looking forward to that. And maybe just one point on international cooperation. I'm sure that most of you have heard about it, but let me just give a very small advertisement. At the end of this week, on Friday, we will have really an unprecedented, very important event. The College of Commissioners, so all the commissioners of the, practically all the commissioners of the European Union, under the leadership of the President Ursula von der Leyen, will be here in Delhi for a round of talks, for a round of high-level talks, and yeah, practically all the aspects of international cooperation will be discussed, but definitely energy, climate action, decarbonization will be among the most important topics. So, well, and this should be considered, this visit should be considered as the first signal of really upgrading India to the level of a strategic partner. We are planning to have the India-EU summit towards the end of this year, where the decisions, certain decisions will be taken. But okay, for the moment it's just the first meeting, but very important, very visible, hopefully, meeting. So please stay tuned and look. And I'm looking forward for all those meetings and discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bartos. My next question is to Stefano. Stefano, to make carbon market more effective, especially in industries and energy sector, what are the key innovations you feel that we should actually have? And also, what are the challenges you feel that they may face?
Yeah, thank you. And it's a really good question. I mean, first of all, congratulations again on the development of the CCTS. It is a policy instrument that goes straight to the point, right? Because it does tackle energy-related emissions in heavy industry, and decarbonizing industry and decarbonizing energy sector emissions is not easy. And those of you in the room with the upcoming compliance obligations under the CCTS will know this. At the same time, it's also worth keeping in mind that carbon pricing and especially emission trading systems are really well suited to cover and reduce emissions in industry and energy-related emissions in general. That is because the energy sector and the heavy industry tend to have relatively few concentrated and relatively easy to regulate sources of emissions. We also kind of know what needs to happen in these sectors to decarbonize. We know what the trajectories are, and we know what technologies will need to be implemented to get there. And not decarbonizing these sectors is not an option, as they are key to achieving the reduction goals needed to limit global warming. And again, what is needed is a policy tool that can effectively lead these sectors and these energy sources where they need to be. And again, carbon pricing and emission trading systems are really well suited to do so. In terms of what challenges are there and how we can tackle them, First of all, it's worth keeping in mind that there is already a good wealth of experiences and best practices in designing emission trading systems globally that India and others that are undertaking that journey now can look at. I mean, we obviously have experiences outside of Europe, but we also have an increasing amount of experiences and lessons learned in emerging economies as well. If you look at the G20 countries, most of them already have or have serious plans to implement carbon pricing instruments in the near future. Being a bit more specific, some of the key elements that we should consider and look at are obviously the need to maintain competitiveness and avoid carbon leakage in these sectors. We want to decarbonize these sectors, but we don't want to penalize them, or we don't want to put economic growth at risk because of decarbonization. And again, there are experiences from Europe and other places on how we can effectively decouple economic growth from an increase in emissions, as Bartosz also pointed out. And last but not least, we also need to make sure that the carbon price signal can actually be translated into real action and into practical measures. I mean, we obviously have the price tag as soon as we have an instrument in place, but we need to make sure that that price tag actually does something in the real world, and that has to do with both the system design itself, but also with making sure that all the enabling policies and the broader policy suite and ecosystem can effectively translate that carbon price into real world action. I mean, Alistair touched on this earlier, but it is important to make sure that the carbon price can lead to innovation and can lead to the deployment of innovative technologies. It's important to make sure that, again, the policy setup makes it possible to, for industries that are actually exposed to the carbon price to have lower carbon alternatives and lower carbon production processes that they can go into, because otherwise, again, we will have a carbon price but not real reductions in the real world. And a lot of it also has to do with making sure that the obligated entities and the entities that will face a compliance obligation under the CCTS are actually ready and capable to do so. I mean, looping back to what Dirk was talking about earlier, stakeholder engagement and making sure that there is a buy-in in industry, and that industry is ready to go and understand the system is key to make sure that they are then ready to react to that carbon price, and they're ready to deploy the necessary innovation and technologies needed to get to the targets that we want them to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefano. So my next question is to Alistair. Alistair, we know that this climate crisis is actually intensifying. And what do you think that these carbon markets actually could be a response, or how you see potential from the carbon market perspective in response to this climate crisis? And also, if you can give us a brief on the role of these carbon markets toward transitioning towards the low carbon policy, especially in the Asia-Pacific area.
Yeah, no, thank you. And in terms of the intensifying climate crisis, I think this signals the need for speed, and it signals the need for scale. And we heard earlier about boldness, the desire to be bold with the carbon market, and a good example of a bold evolution in carbon market in Asia is in Japan with the GX ETS and also the associated climate transition bond. So in Japan, to provide early upfront finance to help industry invest in the technology, particularly hard to abate sectors like steel, chemicals, etc., they have introduced the climate transition bond, which provides $120 billion of upfront finance over the next 10 years. And this bond will be paid back by auctioning of allowances in their power sector by 2033. Good example of how money can be made available early to deal with the urgency of the climate crisis. The other aspect of this policy is that priority for investment in technology is given to projects that are effective in enhancing industrial competitiveness, as Dirk mentioned, is a critical issue, and also economic growth. So this is a policy not only to abate carbon emissions, but also to support Japan's economic growth. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because Japan has actually got quite a lot of similarities to India in the design of its emissions trading system at the moment. They're both baseline and credit designs. And it means that India can look to a long-term vision and secure this finance early. I think one of the things that would need to happen in India, though, is to expand the coverage to include electricity generating sector, because this is the sector that is most amenable to auctioning of allowances. In India, this is a good idea because it's the largest emitter. It covers about 40% of national GHG emissions, and this would drive further transition away from coal towards low-carbon fuels, renewable energy, and also through the act of the carbon price would reduce electricity consumption. But moving on to the role of the carbon market. So, broadly speaking, the carbon market plays a balancing act between GHG reduction and protecting industrial competitiveness. The carbon market primary design is the carbon price signal, as Stefano has mentioned. The carbon price signal will drive cost-effective abatement. The compliance mechanism under the CCTS will encourage industry to invest in technologies that are cheapest, and it will encourage them to think of a wide range of options, not only energy efficiency, which has been the focus of the PAT scheme, but fuel switching and abatement. So it's a great opportunity. And the example in Korea, for example, is that the emissions trading system covers over 70% of national emissions, and because the emission trading system can almost guarantee achievement of the targets, it means that Korea can guarantee achievement of its NDC for that contribution that is covered by the ETS. And we heard a bit earlier about the carbon price and the relatively low price in Korea, but actually what matters is the internal carbon price that industry uses for its investment decision-making. Now, if the emissions trading system, if the target can be linked to the NDC, and if that will give a long-term visibility of the trajectory of the target, and in the case of Korea, whilst the carbon price at the moment may be less than $10, industry doesn't use that for its investment because they're investing for 20 years or 30 years. So, for example, SK Corporation, which is the second largest conglomerate in Korea, so it's covering cement, chemicals, energy, that uses a carbon price of $40 per ton in 2030. And in 2040, $65 to $110 per ton. So the reason it uses a high carbon price is because it knows that the KTS cap will be aligned to the NDC, that the tighter NDC will be coming along in phase 4, and they will use this in their decision-making for investment, and they will use it for introduction of different technologies. So just imagine what sort of technologies that company will introduce if it's assuming a $40 per ton carbon price. It's driving a lot of investment across the Korean economy. The other aspect is the climate finance, which I mentioned earlier. So climate finance is increasingly seen as a very valuable purpose for the compliance carbon markets. It's actually being positioned at the center in the example of Japan, but also the new schemes in the US, the Washington State Cap and Invest. The focus is on generating finance to support investment in technology. And the EU is a great example with the Innovation Fund. The Innovation Fund provides money for technology that's not yet commercially viable. And it's supported over 130 projects in energy-intensive industry, over 200 projects in other sectors. And then the other side is the economic side. So clearly the carbon market has to balance the need to protect competitiveness. Part of that is through with CBAMs developing and expanding, reducing the embedded carbon in production is the primary way of reducing exposure to the CBAM charge. So the compliance mechanism will help reduce the exposure to the CBAM charge, but also any carbon costs paid in India for products exported to the EU will be deducted from the CBAM charge. And then the other aspect is the carbon leakage mitigation, so free allocation is well established. It's often overused, in fact, because causing surplus allowances, but increasingly we see CBAMs developing. But a lot of this depends on detailed economic modeling, and I think that's very important to be able to provide good information to policy decision makers. Thank you.
We have one more round of questions, but I would like to request you that if we can answer in a couple of minutes so that we can have questions from the audience as well. My next question is to Ms. Hania, that international agreements like Paris Agreement can further be integrated with these carbon markets. So how actually, if we integrate these with carbon markets, can help countries in achieving their NDCs? If you can give.
Thanks, Saurabh. And I think what I'm going to try to do is reframe the question, because what are we trying to achieve here? What are the goals we're trying to achieve here? And really, the way that we see it at the World Bank is we have two dual goals. Emission reduction, so achieving cost-efficient emission reductions on one hand, and also finding ways to unlock every source of possible climate finance. And of course, we have domestic carbon pricing instruments, we have Article 6 markets, we have voluntary carbon markets. And these, of course, interact with one another. And for domestic compliance markets, I mean, we really see them as a source for domestic resource mobilization, and carbon markets as a source of international climate finance. So here I'm going to echo something that you said, Dirk. And of course, Article 6 was designed to allow countries to collaborate, to achieve their NDCs, with Article 6.2 for countries to transact and help each other achieve their NDCs and transfer resources, and Article 6.4, eventually to allow the private sector to contribute to this via MCUs. But I think the numbers really speak for themselves. Compliance markets, $104 billion versus voluntary carbon markets, the numbers range, but the range is $700 million to $1.4 billion is the latest figure. So I think a key issue here is what Dirk said, which is how do we link these two markets? How do we link international carbon markets to compliance mechanisms? Because that really could be the way to unlock climate finance. Of course, as Bartosz mentioned, there are environmental integrity issues, leakage issues that need to be resolved, but there are some leaders already in the market that are experimenting with these approaches. Singapore, that uses credits to offset a portion of corporations' tax obligations. We have similar models in South Korea, in Japan. So there are emerging models, and there are also ways and approaches to mitigate some of these risks. It won't be easy, and one can think about starting with some pilots, really having very strict criteria around quality, eligibility standards, around requiring correspondingly adjusted units. Caps and taps, as we like to call it at the bank, to prevent what happened under the CDM, which was an influx of low-quality credits. So I think that's really, I would second Dirk's point around really exploring this approach of trying to connect these two markets to achieve ultimately the two goals that we're all here are shooting for, which is reducing emissions, but also really channeling the investments for projects that carbon removal projects, but also, in the case of our client countries, we're working with 21 countries in sub-Saharan Africa on an energy access, distributed generation, mini grids, and working on some advanced methodologies that integrate digital technologies and working to generate credits from those. So why aren't we also looking at those types of credits to unlock and achieve these dual goals?
Thank you, Hania. So my next question is to Dirk. Dirk, could you give some example where actually carbon markets were successful? You are part of IETA, so you might be having numerous examples such, but if you can give us one or two.
So I'd say, in a way, it's an easy question. So thanks, after you gave me a hard one, for giving me a little bit of an easy one, because when you look back over the last 20 years, I do think carbon markets have been they stand out as being the most effective policy tool that's been used for achieving emission reductions. And the EU's the easy first example, along with the UK, that actually preceded the EU. And there, the emissions are 47% below what they were in 1990, and they're headed quickly to far below that. So it's been an incredible journey to watch that program succeed. It also gives me a chance to say each program seems to learn from the one before it. So California and Quebec came along not that long after the EU, about 5 years later. But this is like 20 years of progress in the EU and maybe 15 in California. So maybe the real statement of it is that they stuck with it and they worked through problems. When they needed to make improvements, they sort of had opportunities to do that along the way. But they did that kind of in concert with constituencies that would support it, so that they stuck with the program. To me, the real measure of success is, no offense, Hania, but for me, the real measure of success is how many emissions get reduced, which we have a hard time giving a precise number on. The money is also important, but really, my hope is that we're able to prove that these instruments enable us to hit the environmental targets at a lower cost than the experts say should happen. Because that was the experience, of other types of emission markets going back, is innovation happened. Technological innovators came out and saw the opportunity to make money, and to do so at a lower cost of competing alternatives in the market. And I think that magic can happen here in India, given the vast array of abatement opportunities that you have. It's really about a system to go out and capture them. So I would look at those long-standing ones as having stood the test of time and have actually delivered the environmental result.
Very interesting. As Dirk said, that EU is one of the leading example for carbon markets. Although I'll say that marginal abatement cost is when it is higher or when it is lower than the carbon price, then people may not go towards the credits. But what Dirk also said, but prices are very high in EU, but it's again going up and down. But in case from EU side, Mr. Bartos, that you have very established emission trading scheme and you have other policies as well. So if you can highlight that how you will do balancing of these instruments like emission trading scheme and other approaches, how you are balancing these towards from the climate perspective.
Yes, well, as Dr. Mathur said, political leadership matters. So yeah, definitely we have this leadership, yeah, probably the strongest across the world, and as you said as well, the ETS as such is not there by itself, for itself. It doesn't exist in the political vacuum. It's just part of the big overarching system. The basis of this system is what we call the European Green Deal, which has been established a couple of years ago. And in fact, this European Green Deal is covering practically all aspects of human activity, aspects of economic activity, of course starting from obvious matters such as climate action, environmental action, industrial policy, energy, of course, and energy industry, taxation, trade, really everything. But the climate element of this entire set of policies, it's our legally binding European climate law, and I would like to say it's legally binding. So the targets and the prescriptions there have to be complied with. It's not just a target. It's really the legal commitment. And we also have, in the context of this European climate law, of course, we have the targets as well. Legally binding targets. So we have net zero for 2050, and currently binding is the so-called package Fit for 55, which obliges the European Union to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030. This target will most probably be soon complemented by the updated, let's say, version, which will ensure further obligations, so cutting our greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2040, and then continuing to 2050 net zero. This is still, for the moment, only recommendation. It's still a proposal from the European Commission, but okay, looks like it will be adopted, and looks like it will become the part, or in fact, the basis of our NDC, which will be submitted this year. But then, in complement to the ETS that we have been discussing all this time, there are also other elements which cover other sectors which are not inside the ETS. So we have effort sharing regulation for member states, which set the national targets for reducing emissions in other sectors such as road transport, buildings, agriculture and waste, and also most of the methane emissions in the European Union. And finally, we also have this famous LULUCF, meaning land use change and forestry, which again sets national targets, not the overall EU, but national targets to increase removals and reduce emissions from natural carbon sinks. So in fact, it's 36% is covered by the obligatory ETS, but practically all the other sectors are also covered by some kind of regulations that encourage and that oblige member states, individual member states, to comply and to reduce the GHG, greenhouse gas emissions. Just before finishing, I would like to tell you one more thing about the ETS that is very important, and I think it should be also taken into account while discussing similar mechanisms in other countries. So first of all, the ETS has very important redistributive functions. This is what was mentioned by some of you. So the revenues from the sale and from the auctions of these carbon credits are going to the special funds, which are earmarked either to support further mitigation, such as the Innovation Fund and Modernization Fund, or adaptation, which is the fund for the Social Climate Fund. So in fact, this money helps societies, help certain individuals to adapt to the climate change. So it is a little bit a kind of circular situation whereby the money that we get from auctioning the carbon credits help reducing the emissions in the future. And the last thing is that this system, the ETS, it's not set in stone forever. It adjusts, it evolves. So as the circumstances change, as the technologies change, as the international situation changes, we are also adopting them. So of course, at the beginning, we were basically, we were focusing on the lowest hanging fruit, as we used to call it. So the sectors in which it was the easiest, the simplest to reduce emissions, such as the energy, certain manufacturing industries. But then we moved forward as we accomplished these targets in these sectors. We moved forward towards transport. We moved forward toward agriculture, and so on. So yeah, it evolves. We look at what is happening. We, of course, send the messages, send the signals to the market participants so that they all know what will happen and they can adjust well in advance. But it is an ongoing, it's a living creature, it's a living organism. So I think that's also a good idea, that's also a good concept for the other countries and regions to establish their own systems. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bartos. My next question is to Stefano, and Stefano, you have to be very quick actually. Already we are running short of time. Any specific policy measure which you feel that which could incentivize industry to participate in the carbon markets, apart from cost?
Apart from?
Apart from the money.
Okay. Yeah, it's a really good question. I think like some other people on this panel, including Derek and Alistair, already touched on this. So I'll be quite brief. But carbon pricing in general is a policy tool that works well for companies because they understand it. They can include the carbon price in their investment and strategic decision. So they are typically really well suited to work with the carbon price. In terms of what can ease that even further, I think, again, stakeholder engagement and ensuring that there is buy-in in industry is key. And judging from what you discussed earlier and also looking at the turnout at this conference today, India is well on track on that point. It's also important to make sure that businesses have flexibilities in complying with the system, especially at the start of a new system. And this is why most emission trading systems usually start slow, so to speak, and then they pick up pace as they go by and as covered entities understand the rules of the game. When it comes to what the CCTS will look like, I think especially getting the benchmarks and the targets right will be key, because that will be really the key determinant in how industries will have an incentive to enter the market and play into the market. It will be all up to the benchmarks and to the targets that they will face. So that will be a key part of the system design. Around that is also important to make sure that they know what kind of rules and frameworks they will apply in the future. In most systems, covered entities have an idea of the rules of the game and the overall targets well ahead of time. I mean, they typically know already in 2030 what kind of cap and what kind of compliance obligation they will face, and that will help them also in the long-term planning. And last but not least, it's also important to make sure that covered entities have the right tools to access the market and to play into the market. And that has to do with how the rules for the marketplace are defined. And it's important to make sure that covered entities can actually access the market and participate in the market in the way that works best for them to, again, ease their compliance with the overall policy. I'll keep it to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Alistair, you have 1 minute only to respond. What are the key steps we can take to actually push carbon markets, especially in the sectors like transport or agriculture, where actually we have not seen so much of impact? So in a minute, that's a challenge.
Okay. If you look at India, if you look at the Indian carbon market, this is the perfect opportunity. Just very briefly, I'd say the priority is to link the offset mechanism with the compliance mechanism. There's already methodologies in agriculture for methane recovery from livestock and manure management. And there's more methodologies for agriculture planned. And if the mechanism can be linked, so that will create demand for the credits, and that will encourage more projects in the agricultural sector. So the key issue there is to analyze different options for the percentage of the compliance obligation under the compliance mechanism that can be met by the offset credits. So this can look at the impact on GHG mitigation, the carbon price, competitiveness, etc., but also looking at examples of other jurisdictions. So China, Indonesia, California, Australia, and Korea all have a linked offset mechanism to a compliance mechanism. In terms of the transport sector, the same points apply because you have modal shift and you have EV and hybrid in the transport sector in the offset methodologies. This is actually an opportunity for India to be pioneering country because the EU doesn't have an offset mechanism linked to its EU ETS, but India has a great opportunity here. For transport, the big opportunity is for regulating fuel suppliers and distributors. So in California, Germany, Washington State, they already have existing coverage of fuel suppliers in their ETS. The purpose for this is to reduce MRV costs by targeting upstream regulation. ETS2 in Europe will also do the same. It'll target transport and buildings. And what the EU has found is that other policies have not been effective in transport sector or agricultural sector. So the assurance that the compliance mechanism gives them to achieving targets is a great opportunity. So I think this is something that can be considered. I think it should be done in a phased approach. So perhaps the next phase, the first phase of the CCTS should be connecting the offsetting and compliance mechanisms to enable these offset projects to be really mobilized and accelerated, and then look at the electricity generating sector to include that, and then look at transport sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have questions from the audience, and 2 questions. Okay, we have 3 hands, so we'll have 2 questions. Whoever will get mic first. Mic, please.
Thank you. I am Sajani Patel from the Global Heat Reduction Initiative, where we reimagine climate action by addressing super pollutants of the GHG consortium like methane, HFCs, and many more, along with CO2. My quick question is to Mr. Saurabh Didi, actually, who's been an active contributor for the manifestation of the ICM. So will the ICM or the CCTS be aligned with the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism? And the second question is, given that many carbon crediting initiatives are already in place for many international registries in India, how does CCTS or ICM plan to work it out in harmony? Thank you.
We should not take the thunder from other sessions because we have a complete session on Article 6. To your answer, it's yes, although, but you can attend that session where we are going to discuss on Article 6 that how actually it will integrate with Indian carbon market. So, in a way, answer is yes. But, yeah. Next question.
Hi, this is Pradyot. So, Alistair, maybe a question for you based on the remarks that you just made. With respect to the linking of the offset mechanism with the compliance mechanism, like, could you just elaborate on that and just also talk about interlinkages, which Ms. Hania also sort of mentioned, between the domestic carbon markets and the sort of various compliance markets in other geographies? Like, what kind of movements do you see, any good examples that we can keep in mind for CCTS design in India?
This question is to me?
To Alistair, please. Yeah. To Alistair, please.
To Alistair. Linking of offset mechanism with the compliance mechanisms.
Yeah, so
or anywhere from anywhere in the world.
Yeah, so we've heard earlier the benefits of enabling offset credits to be used in a compliance mechanism to control prices, and Australia has very significant experience in using the offset credits. I think what this requires is proper modelling to understand. One of the problems of the EU is that they allowed international offsets to come into the EU ETS. It caused a price crash, and the modelling of the supply and demand didn't fully take into account the offset price, so that caused a problem. So including offsets into the compliance mechanism requires proper modelling and proper understanding of the impact on the carbon price, because you don't want to reduce the incentive for mitigation in the energy-intensive industry sectors, but you want to give some flexibility. So it requires careful consideration of what percentage of the compliance obligation is appropriate. But looking at the experience in China, for example, CCER system is a very big system in China. That connects to China's national ETS, and that will be hundreds of millions of tons of offset credits. So there's a lot of experience. Indonesia relies a lot on offset credits and other jurisdictions. So I think this is a very good opportunity, especially the question around agriculture and transport, particularly the role of the non-obligated entities can cause cost-effective reductions in other sectors of the economy and enable a more cost-effective compliance. But the bottom line is the proper economic modelling of the target setting under the CCTS needs to take into account what percentage of offsets is being considered and what impact that might have. But I think this is very important to create the demand for the offset credits. And this is a great opportunity for the Indian system.
Thank you. Thank you to Hania, Dirk, Bartos, Stefano, Alistair for wonderful discussion. Can we have a round of applause for all the panelists?
Thank you to all the esteemed panelists for that very enriching discussion. I would now request Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to please join us up on the stage and felicitate all our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please put your hands together for Ms. Hania Daud, Global Practice Manager, Climate Finance and Economics at Climate Change Group, the World Bank. Mr. Dirk Forrester, President and CEO, International Emissions Trading Association. Mr. Bartos Prasivara, Energy, Climate, Environment Councillor, Delegation of the European Union to India. Mr. Stefano De Clara, Head of Secretariat, International Carbon Action Partnership. Mr. Alistair Ritchie, Director, Asia Pacific Sustainability Asia Society Policy Institute. Thank you. Thank you once again to all the panelists for sharing their wealth of experience, expertise, and knowledge with all of us. May I request all of you to please come together for a group photo opportunity on the stage. Dr. Kumar, you're also requested to please join us over here. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe you all can put our hands together louder one more time for this wonderful discussion that we had here on the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. And thank you so much, Mr. Diddy, for wonderfully moderating this session. Thank you. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that by now you must have built a healthy appetite. So we are now going to break for lunch for the next 45 minutes. You're requested to please join us back here within the next 45 minutes, that is around 2:15 p.m. Post-lunch, we will be dividing into two segments. There will be one session, one thematic track would be happening here in this ballroom on compliance mechanism, experience from other countries, challenges and learnings. And there would be a parallel track which would be happening in the Regency ballroom where we all are heading right now for lunch. That would be on developing infrastructure for functional carbon markets, linking the registries for a global carbon market. So you can join us as per your interest in any of these tracks. Thank you so much once again. The lunch is being served outside the pre-function area of Regency Ballroom. We hope to see you in either of the tracks on time, so please be on time, sharp by 2:15 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, just... And now we have our first thematic track on compliance mechanism, experience from other countries, what are the challenges and learnings we can take from it. This session aims to explore real-world compliance mechanisms from different countries, identify the key challenges faced, and draw lessons that can be applied across borders to ensure better governance, transparency, and accountability. The focus areas of discussion will be market design, regulatory gaps, MRV systems, market integrity, and enforcement issues. This session will be chaired and moderated by Mr. Marcos Castro, Senior Climate Change Specialist at World Bank. Well, he's serving as the Regional Climate Liaison for South Asia. He also coordinates the country engagement program of the Partnership for Market Implementation. He has led policy advisory and technical assistance programs on carbon pricing policies, sectoral mitigation assessments, emission reduction project development, and host country readiness for international carbon markets. Before joining the bank in 2006, he was a climate policy advisor in Ecuador, leading the National Clean Development Mechanism Office and negotiating Kyoto market mechanisms in the UNFCCC process. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chair and moderator for this session, Mr. Marcos Castro, on the stage. Welcome to you, Mr. Castro. I would now like to invite our esteemed panelist on the stage, Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Mr. Nicholas Ryan, Associate Professor of Economics at Yale University, Mr. Rob Fowler, Partner, Energy Transition, Partners in Performance, Ms. Sandhya Srinivasan, Senior Climate Change Specialist at the World Bank, and I would also request Mr. Stefano De Clara, Head of Secretariat International Carbon Action Partnership, to please join us on stage as well. We would like to welcome all our esteemed panelists here. You're requested to be kindly seated at the dais. Over to you, Mr. Castro.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know it's always like a very difficult challenge to have a session immediately after the lunch break. But rest assured, we have like an outstanding panel to have a very engaging discussion, exchange of ideas, and hopefully also some reactions towards the end of the session from the floor to address some of your questions. As it was announced, our session will we will dive a little bit deeper into the compliance mechanism of the India carbon market, and we will take advantage of this panel to get some of the lessons and insights that have been gained from other domestic carbon pricing instruments in other jurisdictions to better inform the system. So to get us started, we will have a couple of short presentations. One providing like the global overview of what is happening around the world in terms of emissions trading systems in place. And then a second presentation diving deeper into the compliance mechanism of the India carbon market. So without more further ado, I would like to invite Stefano to please set the stage for our discussion.
Good. Thank you, Marcus, for the invite. And I'll be giving you a really quick scene-setting presentation, trying to recap and also looking a bit ahead on where we are with implementation of compliance emission trading systems globally. We spoke quite a lot about it in the previous session, and we made a lot of references to the wealth of experiences that there is out there on the design and implementation of emission trading systems. So now we will look a bit more closely at what that actually looks like in practice. Starting from the numbers and looking at the fundamentals, if we look at where we are as of today in implementation of emission trading systems globally, we see that we have 36 emission trading systems in place in different regions and different continents. These systems are also implemented at different levels of governance. We have regional systems that operate across countries. This is the example. This is the case, for example, for the European Union emission trading systems, which works across the 27 EU member states and also include 3 non-European countries, namely Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. We obviously have many systems that operate at the national level in the countries where they are implemented. And this is the case, for example, of the national ETS in China, the Korean ETS, the Mexican ETS, which was recently launched, the emission trading systems in Indonesia. There are also national emission trading systems in place in some European member states that complement the coverage of the European emission trading system. This is the case, for example, in Germany and Austria, that both have national emission trading systems that cover sectors that are not covered by the main European Union emission trading system. But emission trading systems can also operate at the subnational level, and subnational jurisdictions are often at the forefront of the implementation of carbon pricing, especially in North America, where you have US states and Canadian provinces that are implementing emission trading systems at the subnational level, and subnational carbon pricing and subnational emission trading systems also played an important role in China in the development of the national emission trading system, because regional pilots that applied to different cities and provinces were launched all the way since 2013 as a way to generate learnings and experiences and generate knowledge that then eventually led to the development of the Chinese national emission trading system. Anyway, these 36 emission trading systems that are in place as of today jointly cover almost 10 billion tons of CO2 equivalent emissions, or roughly speaking 18% of the global yearly greenhouse gas output. And again, this is only about compliance emission trading systems. If we were to extend this to all forms of compliance carbon pricing, so also taking carbon taxes into account, we would roughly double both numbers. And this is what comes out if you read, for example, the State and Trends of Carbon Pricing report from the World Bank. That estimates that, again, if you look at emission trading systems and carbon taxes in place as of today, we have more than 70 instruments in place, and that joint coverage is roughly 24 or 25% of the global emissions. Delving a bit deeper, this is also something that came up in the previous panel discussion. Carbon pricing policies in general and emission trading systems specifically are very good and effective at leveraging revenues from the tax rate, if you're talking about carbon pricing, if you're talking about carbon taxes, or from the auctioning of emission allowances, if you are talking about emission trading systems. Again, looking at emission trading systems only, we see that ever since auctioning was introduced as an allocation method, emission trading systems globally raised a grand total of more than 300 billion of US dollars in auctioning proceeds across, many years of auctioning of allowances in emission trading systems. If we only look at 2023, which is the most recent year we have data for, we see that in 2023 alone, 74 billion of US dollars were collected in auctioning proceed. This was a record year for the collection of auctioning revenues, and it has followed a steady increase in the generation of revenues, which follows a more extensive use of auctioning across more and more emission trading system, and also follows an increase in the prices for the allowances in these systems. And I'm stressing the auction proceeds, because the use of auction proceeds and the reinvestment of those revenues is becoming a more and more central policy feature in several emission trading systems. And this is also something that came up in the conversation earlier today. The use of auction revenues is becoming more and more central because it provides financial means, but also an effective way for governments to further reinforce the functioning of emission trading systems. I mean, often revenues are used to, for example, incentivize innovation, but they can also be used to create a more just transition. And to a greater extent, there is an increasing use of auction proceeds that is dedicated to compensating and protecting the most exposed parts of the population, for example, from an increase in energy prices. And this is also what Bartosz talked about earlier today. In Europe, for example, in 2027, a new emission trading system will be introduced, and that emission trading system will cover fuel use for transportation, so something that potentially will directly impact consumers, but the development of that emission trading system is associated with the development of a fund that will use revenues from that system to compensate exposed consumers against the increase in prices because of a carbon price. If we look further, if we look ahead, further to those 36 emission trading systems in operation today, we have 14 more emission trading systems under development. This also includes the Indian CCTS and 8 more that are under consideration in different regions of the world. So if we fast forward a few years, we are likely to see many more systems coming online in the coming years. And this is pretty much well visualized in this global map. So the countries in blue are countries that are already operating emission trading systems, and the countries in the 2 shades of green are taking steps to introduce new systems in the near future. And as you see, action on emission trading systems really spans the globe almost, and spans countries in really different situation and economic circumstances. And as we also talked earlier, to a greater extent, emission trading systems are becoming the policy tool of choice to reduce emission in emerging economies and developing countries as well. So concluding, if we quickly look at what are the key trends and also what are the key outlook for emission trading systems, we see that as countries will move to take measures to meet their NDC commitments, and especially in the context of more ambitious NDCs expected ahead of COP30 in Brazil later this year, we're expecting carbon pricing and emission trading systems specifically to take the center stage in delivering on those NDC commitments and in getting governments closer to meeting their NDC targets across developed and developing country governments. And again, we are seeing a great momentum in the development and implementation of emission trading systems globally. We are also seeing innovative system designs that are emerging, and this directly speaks to, for example, instances such as India, where, again, the concept of emission trading as a policy tool to reduce emissions is being adapted to the local circumstances. And as that is done across many different jurisdictions, we are seeing innovative system designs emerging. This has to do, for example, as in the case of India, with intensity-based form of emission trading systems, but it also has to do with the interaction between different types of carbon pricing tools, and we increasingly see system designs that integrate, for example, compliance emission trading systems with crediting mechanisms and also with carbon taxes. At the same time, we do have emission trading systems that have been in operation for more than 2 decades and that are now going through a constant process of improvement and refinement, and are starting now the process also to align with net zero targets. This is the case, for example, in the EU, UK, but also in some of the North American systems. And again, last but not least, I wanted to come back to the point I mentioned earlier on revenues, which again are becoming a more central part of the system design in many more systems. And again, as prices rise and as decarbonization becomes more challenging, we can expect the use of revenues and the use of revenues proceed to play a more and more central role in system design globally. I'll leave it to that. I'll give the floor back to Marcus, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefano. Very insightful. And you see in this last slide, there's a reference also to ICAP's status report, where you can find much more detail about what is the current state and the prospects of ETS around the world. I've been reminded by the organizers that we need to stick to our scheduled time. So I will ask everybody to also stick to the allocated time. Next, we saw in ICAP's Mappa Mundi, India is already in green, and we're here in this meeting because we were really much looking forward to see this turn blue soon. And I would like to invite Mrs. Meenakshi to share with us a brief presentation providing a bit more of details about the compliance mechanism of the India carbon market and how they're shaping up to operationalize this, the compliance mechanism in this.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting on compliance mechanism under carbon market of India. So, in morning session, Mr. Dhir also already showed you the overview of carbon market, and now we will be discussing the compliance market. So, can we have the presentation? First of all, next. So what is compliance mechanism? So it is a transition from our successful program, which is PAT program, where we used to give targets based on the energy efficiency, and now we will be giving the targets based on CO2 emission reduction. So, I can't see it. So, what are the what we have done for setting these targets under compliance market? So, first of all, we have included hard to abate sectors. Then we are calling the designated entities in PAT as obligated entities. We are giving GSD target as CO2 emission targets. Then we are covering scope 1 and scope 2 direct and indirect emissions. And here we are giving the annual targets will be given annually, whereas in PAT we used to give it every 3 years. And all the MRV part is covered under the Energy Conservation Act, and the targets will be given under the Environmental Protection Act of Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. So what are the sectors covered under the compliance market is iron and steel, cement, pulp and paper, petrochemicals, aluminum, refinery, textile, fertilizer, and chlor and alkali. So these are the sectors which are going to be covered in phase 1 of the compliance market. We are already in a very advanced stage of fixing these targets of these sectors. So how all the targets is being given and how it will be achieved and who are the underachievers. So here the baseline is set where they have to achieve these targets, where the overachievers are given credits and underachiever has to buy the credits as per their shortfalls from the carbon trading market. So this is the target setting approach, the top-down approach, where we are setting sectoral emission profile. As you can see, as an example, 2.55 T CO2 per ton of crude steel. Then we have analyzed the emission reduction potential, diffusions and implementation scenarios like it can be energy efficiency, renewable energy, fuel switch, etc. Then we have worked out their marginal abatement cost. For example, $10 per TCO2 as MAC for the steel sector. Then we have estimated the targets for the sector. So this is the, on the left side is, is showing the reduction potential, where we have showed the overall reduction potential, and we have included and we have all the potential initiatives or the measures which can result to the reduction potential, like energy efficiency, renewable, and fuel switch. Here that makes 9.6% overall reduction potential. And on the right side, we have showing the diffusion and implementation scenarios, where we have also analyzed the percentage implementation potential for each of the measures, which are listed here in the presentation. So this is the MAC curve for cement sector, where you can see that most of them are negative. That means that can be implementable. That can be easily available technologies which can the entities can implement and achieve their targets easily. On the right side, you can see how the plant-specific targets are given. The most efficient gets the least target, and the inefficient gets the highest target. That's all from my side. I'll hand over the mic to Marcos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meenakshi. And let us move right away to the panel discussion. And first, I would like to invite Dr. Ashok Kumar, the Deputy Director General of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to expand a little bit more on the presentation that Meenakshi just did on the main design features of the compliance mechanism, and actually ask you about what were the guiding principles for the design of the compliance mechanism. Which are like key principles to ensure efficiency and efficacy of the instrument, and how that is reflected in the current design of the compliance mechanism in India.
Thank you, Marcos. We are, as in the morning's interventions, the story has started long ago. I think the regimentation of, or the, you can say, compliance mechanism of one sort under the PAT scheme started in 2012. So there is a groundwork that is being already placed, and several of the practices, as Marcos, you are indicating, of the clarity of objective, where to achieve, for instance, how much the targets to be given to each sector is very clear. It has to be like that. The procedures followed, the technological interventions to be identified, and the norms and rules to be followed, as well as the enforcement mechanism to be clarified. So all that 10, 12 years of experience under the PAT scheme has kind of guided us to arrive at this position, and we are more or less transitioning from the PAT mechanism to the carbon mechanism, keeping most of the institutional as well as the procedural details with very little modification at all if it is needed for the carbon space to move in. So 2-3 terms that I would highlight here to have an effective compliance mechanism is that one is the clarity of clarity at every stage, whether that is target setting, as we have seen in the presentation of Meenakshi, that there is an assessment of the potential of the sectors to achieve target, then how that is going to be achieved, what are the different options that they can exercise, and at what cost. So all that assessment is being done, and based on that, several rounds of consultation, 2 terms I would say, clarity and consultation. Consultation with the people who are going to actually implement the program. So giving the kind of both the policy objective from the top, as well as the potential and the feedback from the stakeholders, all put together, then I think it takes a shape which really helps to implement a program which is mandatory, which is compliant. So those are, I think, I would just first thought I share with you. That is how our experience in the PAT scheme, and this would be more or less the extension beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, and you just highlighted the importance of ensuring that, the engagement, participation of the different private sector agencies that will be covered by the by the system. That's something that I would like to ask later Rob and Nicholas about some of the experiences in other jurisdictions. But before that, before digging deeper into the experiences in other jurisdictions, may I invite my colleague Sandhya Srinivasan, who is a senior climate finance specialist at the World Bank, and she coordinates our carbon markets innovation program within the climate finance and economics unit, to give us a bit of thoughts and perspectives about the links of these domestic carbon pricing instruments and international carbon markets. I know it's a short question, but it has so many layers. So Sandhya, can you share with us a little bit of those insights?
Thank you so much, Marcos, and thank you everyone for being here today. I think it's an interesting question because globally we already see, especially in the large middle-income countries, India, Brazil, South Africa, Thailand, Turkey, Vietnam, Indonesia, a growing interest to use a combination of domestic compliance mechanisms with participation in international carbon markets. So what does that mean, right? And a very obvious first level implication is that you would see, for instance, a greater tendency to try to link the supply mechanisms that are being used domestically to originate carbon credits to be fit for purpose for international carbon markets. And particularly because the Paris Agreement allows for that kind of flexibility under Article 6.2, we're already seeing, for instance, countries like South Africa thinking about how those linkages can be established, or in China, for example, where the China ETS is already accredited under ICAO. A second linkage that's becoming apparent as countries progress on this journey is how the domestic compliance mechanism informs a country's strategy to participate in carbon markets. So where the domestic compliance mechanism has sufficiently wide coverage, what we see is that the domestic carbon price ends up serving as an indicator of the opportunity cost of exporting that carbon credit, or serving as a kind of effective floor price. And that's an interesting trend that's emerging, because if we consider how participation might evolve in carbon markets, it shows an upward trend where domestic ambition will actually constrain supply of credits unless the price paid is sufficiently high. What we might expect to see in like a longer term perspective, or at least I would hope that we would see, is more of a globally linked carbon market. So if countries increasingly have domestic compliance mechanisms that have adequate coverage at the economy level, and we also see at the same time increasing trading in international markets, we could expect over a period of time linking of different carbon trading schemes, or the emergence of groups of countries that are able to trade with each other based on their relative competencies in different sectors. So I think it's a very interesting space, and I think they have great potential to inform each other, both domestic and international compliance schemes, in being more fit for purpose and learning from the mechanisms and approaches that they develop. So back to you, Marcos.
Thank you very much, Sandhya. Let us move now to hear a little bit more about lessons and insights from the implementation of domestic carbon pricing instruments in other jurisdictions. And first, I would like to invite Rob Fowler, a partner at Partners in Performance and in charge of the energy transition. Two things. First, to share a little bit more about your current work there and your track record in this particular field. But then to hear a little bit more about the Australian safeguards mechanism, some of the key features, but more importantly, some of the lessons and insights you can share with us here, and how to inform the next steps in the rollout of the India carbon market here. Rob, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Very nice to see you. It's a great opportunity for me to be here, so I really appreciate it. I've been dancing in these markets since 2003, so it's really nice to be able to share some knowledge about what you are about to embark on. It's been a fairly rapid acceleration, and I think it's great. I think it's time to get on with it rather than think and wait and plan and pontificate. I live in Australia, you can probably tell by the accent. I don't play much cricket, but I'm not too bad at it. And I work in the carbon markets and climate finance. At the moment, Australia has a system which has become really useful. It wasn't designed that way, but it has now become quite useful with a variety of different inputs over the years. And so I wanted to just share some lessons learned from that system. And my work is very much directly with companies who have a compliance obligation. I work with coal mining companies, heavy industry, oil and gas. I also work with project developers who want to plant many, many forests. I work in biochar and a bunch of other areas. So I'm very lucky to be inside this process from a corporate perspective. I also work a lot with the regulators because I've had a lot of experience designing these schemes, designing administration systems, designing MRV systems. So it's a great fun time in Australia for these sorts of systems, and I'm hoping that you can learn a little bit from what we've learnt there. I've got, I think, 6 points I want to make, so hopefully I'll bang through them fairly quickly. The first one is about the practicalities of compliance and the fact that you need to monitor and report and get verification of your data as an obligated entity. And I think that's a really important thing to focus on initially. It should become business as usual, but it's also a bit tricky for the government because you've got to make sure the way you estimate the compliance obligation is actually driven by the things that you can change. And I'll give you an example of this. In Australia, for coal mining, if I want to estimate my methane emissions from coal, I count the number of tonnes of coal I've mined and times that by a factor that someone else has given me for that state. So if I have a compliance obligation based on that, what can I do? Mine less coal? No. So you've got to make sure that there's some link between what you can actually change, i.e. pre-draining the gas, using the gas, those sorts of things, that does actually line up with the numbers that are being reported. So that's a very strong issue, and we're struggling a little bit with that in Australia. Also, it's very important to have a frequent updating of these technical requirements. In Australia, it happens every 12 months that the government releases an update to the technical factors and all those things. They only change a few of them each time, but it gives it a great opportunity to do that. Let's see. One thing I want to mention as well is how bilateral trading works. My understanding of the Indian system is it's very focused on the power exchanges where all transactions will occur. We don't actually have a platform in Australia. We just have bilateral trading. And I'll say something about the good things there, because if I'm a company who just needs some credits, I just want to buy them from one person. I don't want to have to go to the market and bid and do all this sort of stuff. And I probably just want to go to the bank I'm already banking with and say, hey, you know my finances, can I buy some credits from you? It's a very important aspect because you want compliance to be simple. You want it to be practical and you want it to be predictable so that a company can actually decide, okay, I'm going to make the change and you're going to make one of the changes that you saw on the screen before. You need to have some confidence that the money's going to flow in a certain way over years ahead. So it's important to have that ability to transact easily with the counterparties you already have. That's a really big one. Okay, I'll say one thing about offsets. So the European scheme didn't include offsets within Europe. They decided to use the CDM as the offset mechanism, and that worked really well for a few years until Europe changed its mind and decided to put a constraint on the use of offsets, which destroyed the CDM market, if you don't mind me saying. I would strongly recommend that the Indian market does not limit the amounts or the number of offsets that can be used for compliance purposes. And I'll say this because one reason. If I am a compliance entity, obligated entity, if I do actually get down below my baseline, I know that that baseline is going down further and further and further. So why would I sell my units? Nope. I'm going to keep them. And I think you'll find that in the first year or two of this cycle, unless you have offsets available, you're going to have some real constraints. And the last thing you want is a price spike at the start of a scheme. So I'd strongly recommend open it up to offsets. The question then is, what if there are too many offsets? They're so cheap. What was the experience with PAT? I recommend you use Article 6.2 to solve that problem by creating an automatic purchase from the government. So whenever you register an offset project, you get a contract that says, yeah, you can sell them to the government for, say, $5. Then you can have a contract between the Indian government and the Japanese government to sell whatever units you can get for $20. Then that money that is excess can come back to India to buy more credits or to be invested into useful things like resilience, adaptation, capacity building, all those sorts of things. So Article 6.2 creates a really interesting hedging opportunity. And it means that domestic systems can actually put a price collar and win from the cost of abatement being really, really low. Thanks, Marcus.
Thank you, Rob. I'm sure that you could easily expand a little bit more on the insights, but I think for a first round, that's certainly very, very, very rich and very insightful. I would now like to invite Nicholas Ryan, who is an associate professor for economics at Yale University and has also vast experience in carbon pricing policy, design and implementation, to similarly share some of the insights that you've gained from the implementation of emissions trading systems in Europe, but also in some of the North American at state level.
Wonderful. So thanks so much. So glad to be here. Wonderful event to celebrate the launch of the Indian carbon market and also look back on the experiences around the world. I would like to join some of the people here and also in the prior panel in emphasizing how well markets have worked, but also try to bring you back to the time when it wasn't clear that they would. Because it's easy after the fact, with 20 years of retrospect, to say, oh, this was a great success. Just like, you know, when your child graduates from school, you congratulate them, but when they were small, you weren't so sure they would even be able to tie their shoes. And there was a time when that was also true for some of the carbon markets that are here being lauded as landmarks. So I want to try to sort of restore in your mind, why was that at the time? And how was it that they overcame and became these successes? So firstly, on the nature of the success, what does the success mean? Think of the EU ETS, the statistics given earlier, 38% reduction in emissions for a 60% increase in GDP. Actually, I have it down as 68%. Or in California, the AB 32 market, so relative to a 2006 baseline, a 22% reduction in emissions for a 53% increase in GDP. So that's an enormous increase in the output that the economy is getting per unit of emissions. The emissions are falling nearly by half in the case of Europe as output goes in the other direction. So this is what, you know, is the triumph of markets, is reducing emissions at low cost through flexibility. Why was it uncertain? Think back in 2007. What was the state of mind with respect to the EU ETS? It was not celebrating emissions cuts. It was arguing, even bickering over why has the market failed. Because in 2007, early in the year, the price of an ETS permit, an allowance in EU terms, crashed basically to nothing, less than €1. And on all sides, there was finger pointing. Oh, you gave out too many permits, you know, your target wasn't aggressive enough. What is the difficulty here? Perhaps we should have allowed, you know, banking of permits across the first phase into the second. So what really happened was people learned that emissions were not going to be as high as they thought, and the market, seeing that there were generous permits in supply, correctly inferred that the price at which the permit should sell should be zero, because there are going to be plenty of permits, more than market participants needed at the end of that first phase. And so, well, there was a lot of finger pointing. That was, economically speaking, the right outcome given the policy parameters that were set. And in the second phase and phases thereafter, the cap was somewhat tightened, course adjustments were made, banking was allowed so that if your permit wasn't very valuable today, you could save it for tomorrow when it would be valuable in the future. And the prices have rebounded to the point that today, now, with the EU issuing this very aggressive guidance for the future, the prices have risen and have basically stabilized over time. But the point was, this wasn't obvious at the start. At the start, there was a lot of uncertainty as to whether this mechanism would work at all, or given these low prices, it was just a flop, a failure. Now, that was not the case because of the willingness of the regulators in the EU to adjust and course correct as things went. And those kinds of things are necessary and to be expected. Another example, similarly, from the United States, even before the advent of carbon markets, but for the original environmental market, which was something called the Acid Rain Program. This program started in 1996, basically to reduce sulfur dioxide emissions from power plants, which was causing acidity in rainfall and destroying forests and wildlife in the eastern United States. So the goal was to check this problem, and so all of the power plants, coal-burning units, were brought under an emissions trading program, and at the start, everyone thought this was going to be very expensive. Again, there was this atmosphere of uncertainty. How are we going to reduce? How are we going to hit the target? What can these plants do? And the best people in the government and in the EPA and in the private industry thought, well, we know how to reduce sulfur dioxide. We're going to use scrubbers. Scrubber to remove the sulfur dioxide emissions from the power plant stack, and that's a quite expensive technology. So we expect that a permit should trade for about $300 a ton. And that's what the first trades happened at these relatively higher prices that people expected based on their sort of analysis of the technicalities of the market. Then the market actually started. They had a few auctions, and the price came in lower, more like 200 or maybe 160. Now, why is that? Well, the market participants were much cleverer than the market designers, and they figured out ways to reduce emissions at a much lower cost. The most important one in the case of this sulfur dioxide market was finding additional sources of fuel, lower sulfur coal, which was not very popular beforehand, but enabled low-cost emissions reductions without the expenditures on this costly capital equipment, the scrubbers. And so the market was able to surprise again, kind of on the upside of achieving emissions reductions at a lower cost than anticipated. And so the point here is, well, the goal of the market regulator or designer is to set these broad goals, set these targets, give an allocation of permits, but not to dictate how exactly that will be achieved. And the flexibility of the market is what allows it to achieve lower cost reductions, and consistently this has been the direction of the surprise at the start of many of these markets that, oh, emissions were lower than expected, or, oh, it was easier to cut emissions than expected, and so the price was lower than we thought at the start. And so that's both a sort of beneficial lesson that these markets have overperformed in this sense, but it's also a recognition on the humility that is needed at the start, that always some adaptation will be needed and things do not go exactly according to plan.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. And the organizers have given me like a hard stop in 3:15. So I would like to open for the floor for a couple of questions. I would like us to take advantage of our international panelists and have some questions about the experiences they would like to share. So, okay, I see one hand, two hands. Yep, please. And if you can please also introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi all, wonderful discussion. I am Dr. Abhinav. I am part of the leadership team at NTPC Power Management Institute. So as you are aware that we are embarking on a national carbon market and we are building capacity countrywide in terms of all the systems, processes and people for this carbon market. It was very interesting to hear Nicholas talking about how EU ETS has faced significant uncertainties during the early phase. I think it was phase 2, if I'm not wrong, right? And how even the acid rain program, I just wanted you to draw back for India, what are these glaring uncertainties which you feel might be there based on your experience? I've also gone through a couple of papers. I'm also an academic. I will talk about that on a one-on-one later. But I just wanted you to outline what are the fundamental uncertainties in Indian market as of now. Yeah.
Great. I mean, uncertainties come from several spots, from several directions. One is just economic uncertainty, that emissions intensity depends on the growth of the economy, as well as on the progress of technology. So what are the substitutes? You know, the BEE is doing a remarkable job in getting ahead of that and trying to assemble these sector-specific marginal abatement cost curves so they can get an understanding of what is on the technological horizon, what changes could the industries make. But of course, you know, one can forecast, one cannot know exactly ex ante what will be the feasible technological options, how much they will cost. You know, one happy example of that has been the progress in solar PV, where the costs have come down much more dramatically than was expected. And so one of the reasons that the targets are going to be outperformed is because, you know, the PV is much cheaper. We don't know what the equivalent will be for, you know, the next decade, whether that will be in the domain of energy efficiency or green hydrogen or different domains, technological progress that might influence. So that's one. And then, you know, the second is the state of the macroeconomy. So the way that the scheme is structured, which is as an intensity-based, performance-based standard, emissions per unit output, in some ways offers insurance against that, because if output rises, then the target will also rise naturally. There's no need to rebase. But still, the fluctuations in output can actually change emissions intensity as well. And so it's important to have a kind of robust understanding and forecasting of what is the range of possible outcomes that could occur, and also to build into the market rules some kind of guardrails. You know, different markets call these by different names: containment reserve, price ceiling, price floor, a willingness of the government to support and sort of manage the market, and to state in advance what will their policy be in case of these extreme events. And that will give sort of comfort to the market participants of knowing that, well, if I make this investment, I'm always going to earn some return.
Can I jump in on that one as well?
Yes, of course, I want.
I would say the biggest risks to the Indian carbon market is that the finance sector doesn't understand it. And so every time an industrial company goes to its bank and says, hey, I want to change this over and it's going to save me some carbon, they say, what do you mean? Or they say, we don't care. Or they say, someone goes to the bank and says, I've got this great offset project, it's going to create offsets at $2 a credit. They're going to sell like hotcakes. And the bank says, what's a credit? So yeah, that's to me the biggest issue. If the finance sector, who currently works already with the heavy industry and the mining and, you know, the chemicals, if they don't get it, they're not going to finance the change. No one's going to reduce emissions, and it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to make it work. Thanks.
Please.
Yeah, I'm Ashok Srinivas from Prayas Energy Group. We are a policy group, and my question is to our international colleagues, either Sandhya or Rob or Nicholas, either any of you. This is regarding the target setting in the Indian context. I don't know, but as far as my understanding goes, it's perhaps unique in India that we are going to give plant or unit-specific targets rather than sector-specific targets. So I just wanted to get your opinion on the pros and cons of giving sector-specific targets versus unit-specific targets as we are thinking about in India. Thanks.
Who wants to take this question?
So it's definitely an interesting approach. I think from my perspective, there's one advantage to it, which is that if you think of it from an allocating responsibility for decarbonization perspective, it's more clear than any other system could be. So if we think about NDCs, we see at the country level that there are these ambitious targets and there are implementation plans, but then obviously the government is not the only actor that's going to perform those actions. So when you say that there's a goal at the sector level, who do you mean and how will you hold them accountable to it? So from that perspective, there is a certain advantage that's bestowed by having that kind of unit level target. And in India, you know, it's also a function of the fact that the patch scheme was designed that way, and we're kind of building on that experience. But one advantage of the sectoral approach is, of course, that first you can have greater coverage, and second, that your monitoring or your supervision cost is likely lower than what it would be. But I think it's, from my perspective, and across the countries what we've seen, it's a little bit of balancing your cost of implementation with the efficacy of the scheme itself. But maybe Rob or Nicholas have something to add?
So, I mean, the most important thing is that the target as such in a market is a starting point. So that might determine the allocation to a particular unit, but it doesn't determine how much they choose to emit, either in absolute terms or per unit of output. And so, you know, different markets call this different things, but mentally a target is basically an allocation of permits from which the unit can start, and they can trade away from that position. You know, they can sort of reduce their emissions intensity by a greater extent and then sell the excess, or maybe they don't adopt a new technology, they don't reduce, and they have to buy from others. And so in that sense, it doesn't so much matter whether the initial point is a sector-specific point or a plant-specific point, because, you know, the plants will have flexibility to be above or below that target depending upon their costs of, you know, reducing emissions or increasing output. So in that sense, it's more important from a bookkeeping view and a distributional view, because, you know, if the targets are set more aggressively for plants that are initially very low emissions, that is, have low emissions per unit output, then those plants, you know, might complain that, hey, we're already outperforming, so why should our target be more aggressive? But that's more of a question about the cost of compliance for the plants rather than the efficiency of the market, which can be, you know, just as good or just as high, even with these, you know, particular plant-specific targets.
Stefano, last one. Just building quickly on this last point that Nicholas raised, I think, you know, in an intensity-based system, the way that you set targets and the benchmarks for different sectors will be quite crucial, because it will really determine the incentive that different sectors and different activities have in coming to market, and it will also determine how they will interact with the market. And I mean, I'm sure that Rob will be able to comment on it from the Australian experience, because it is a relatively similar setup. But it is important that you know, that incentive to go to market is equally distributed across sectors, because otherwise, you know, if you just have a sector where you have, you know, lax targets, so to speak, and not much of an incentive to actually play in the market, then you basically lose that sector from the other market dynamics in a way, because obviously they will have less of an incentive to become an active market player in the market. And again, the beauty of emission trading systems is that the decarbonization effort is spread more or less equally across a large part of the economy. So you really want to maintain that dynamic also in an intensity-based system with the sectoral targets.
Yeah. And just to follow on that, so I, in an advisory role, have worked with the government of Gujarat on establishing a particulate matter emissions market, and precisely thinking about this concern of, you know, how do we ensure that people are going to have to go to the market? The decision they made was, we're going to give out 80% of the total allocation of permits essentially for free, but that last 20% the industries would have to buy at auction. And so what that means is essentially no one is going to start out with their entire emissions covered through the free allocation. And so everyone is going to, you know, have to participate or be obligated to participate. So this environment where, you know, people can just use the free allocations and essentially not go to the market, you can rule that out through certain design decisions at the start that encourage market activity and price setting, price discovery early on.
Okay, clearly the panel has still many ideas. Please, last word.
I think I don't want to be left behind in this question. Just to, you know, explain the logic behind why India is making this kind of approach is that our industry's intensity benchmarks bandwidth is too wide. We have a diversity of industries doing the same exact business at different efficiency levels. We have a diversity of region, climate, raw material availability, and so on and so forth. So for that level of diversity, we see that there is a logic for giving target to a very unit specific, given the conditions within which it is working. And also we are making industry, as you have seen in the presentation, there were different benchmarks. Groupings are done and relative assignment is done within that group. So keep that variation in account. We would not be able to give any flat sectoral target. This will completely, derail the compliance exercise. So that is our defense to, the kind of the approach that we are making. So I thought just I would share.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, and I'm really sorry that I have to close this session because clearly you have all still many ideas, many experiences to share. According to the clock, we still have like 30 minutes to go, but we were asked to finish the session now. So I would like to, and also thank you to the audience, because I also see many questions still to be answered. I'm sure the discussion, the conversation will continue, but for the time being, I will kindly ask you to give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. May we request you to please stay back on the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much for that very enlightening discussion and sharing all your thought-provoking insights with all of us. I would now like to call upon stage Dr. Chandrasekhar Sinha, Global Lead for Carbon Markets and Finance at the World Bank, to kindly felicitate all our panelists here on the stage. And thank you so much, audience, for asking such brilliant questions. Welcome to you, sir. So we would request you to kindly felicitate our chair and moderator, Mr. Marcos Castro, Senior Climate Change Specialist at the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Castro. We have Mr. Nicholas Ryan, Associate Professor of Economics at Yale University. Mr. Rob Fowler, Partner, Energy Transition, Partners in Performance. Ms. Sandhya Srinivasan, Senior Climate Change Specialist at the World Bank. And Mr. Stefano De Clara, Head of Secretariat, International Carbon Action Partnership. Ms. Meenakshi, may I request you to please join us on the stage as well for the group photograph. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can have a big round of applause one more time for all the panelists. Thank you so much for truly illuminating all of us with your insights. That was indeed a lovely discussion. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're proceeding towards our next session. Well, let me tell you that in the other hall, that is the Regency Ballroom, we are currently going to have the track, a thematic track 4, which is on role of verifiers in supply of high-quality carbon credits. And over here in this ballroom, we'll have the thematic address on accelerating global action through advancing Article 6 mechanisms for climate solutions by Ms. Leena Nandan, former Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Ms. Leena Nandan, a 1987 batch Indian Administrative Service and IAS officer of the Uttar Pradesh cadre, served as the Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change from December 2021. During her tenure, she played a pivotal role in advancing India's environmental policies and initiatives. She emphasized the importance of resource efficiency and the adoption of extended producer responsibility to mitigate climate change impacts. Additionally, she highlighted the Green Credit Program of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, advocating for the integration of green initiatives into corporate practices and their inclusion in environmental, social and governance reporting. Ms. Nandan also underscored the significance of mainstreaming ESG with economic activities and promoting a circular economy. She actively supported the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs in its efforts to train professionals in ESG practices, thereby fostering a culture of sustainability within the corporate sector. Beyond her administrative roles, she has been an advocate for environmental education and awareness, participating in various forums and initiatives aimed at empowering individuals and communities to contribute to a greener tomorrow. Her leadership and commitment to environmental conservation have been instrumental in shaping India's approach to sustainable development and climate action. And today, ladies and gentlemen, she will be sharing her valuable insights on accelerating global action through advancing Article 6 mechanisms for climate solutions. Well, she'll be joining her here very shortly, but before that, I can see a lot of people are moving out and maybe are not settled down at the back. So may I request you to please occupy a seat right before I invite our next speaker on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in the paucity of time, may I request all of you to please be seated and kindly put your mobile phones on the silent mode. I believe we had a ringer during the last session, so we do not want that to happen again. So please make sure you put your mobile phones on the silent mode, as now we're about to have our next thematic address on this really crucial topic. One more time, I would like to humbly urge everybody who is still coming inside the ballroom, are standing in the back, please have a seat right before I invite our speaker on the stage. We can still see a lot of movement in the room, so please make yourselves comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, since morning we had a lot of knowledge being trickled down, a lot of knowledge sharing, a lot of valuable, thought-provoking insights being shared. We truly hope that this has been as fruitful for you as for all of us. Just in case if you would like to join for the next thematic track, which is happening in the other ballroom, it's on the role of verifiers in supply of high-quality carbon credits. And that session aims to explore the critical role of verifiers in shaping the future of high-quality carbon markets by ensuring the integrity, transparency, and credibility of the carbon credits. Just in case if you would like to join for that session, now is the time to make the switch. Fabulous. All right, ladies and gentlemen, right before we have our next speaker on the stage, I think we can pose one open-ended question to all of you. So since morning, a lot has been shared. What is the most valuable thing? What is the most valuable key takeaway from the sessions that you have got? Anybody who would like to share it? Because I could see a lot of people have been asking questions, writing down. I can see a lot of notepads being completely filled up. So, anything, one key takeaway that you got from the sessions, maybe from the last session? Anyone who would like to go? Who all were there, by the way, in the last session? Can I just see a quick raise of hands, please? People who were here. 1, 2, 3. Only 5 people raised their hand, but I can see like about 100 people in the room. I'm not so sure from where all you appeared. Okay. One quick question. Let me change the question, I believe. A lot of key takeaways. You must be confused to share it. But just in case, if you would like to, I'm just again asking again. Like, if you would like to share, 3, 2, okay, fabulous. Actually, I was hoping for a response from you. Is this yours? Yeah, and that's like, how many pages have you already jotted down the notes? Oh, super. You would be having a lot to share. Hi, what's your name? Prashant. Prashant, where are you from?
From Maruti Suzuki.
You're from Maruti Suzuki. Amazing. So, Prashant, any key takeaway that you got from these sessions?
Yeah, what I understand is the emission trading scheme might have a slow start, but I think it's going to have a good benefit in the long run from what we see in what the Europe and California and other countries have achieved. So we're just hoping that it happens for India as well.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that, Prashant. Thank you so much. You would also like to share? Okay, very quickly, sir. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am also from Maruti Suzuki. I am head of sustainability there. And would like to add very important point. There are many things which are very new for Indian market. Like people are not even aware what is happening in the global markets, whether it is in Europe, US or in rest of the world. And those good practices can be brought to India, particularly as an implementation side. So that is a good takeaway to implement for the Indian market. That's it.
Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for the gentleman, everybody? And I will come back. I think when I asked in the beginning, nobody was raising their hand. Now when I had to go back on stage, I can see a lot of hands here. Don't worry, you will get the opportunity to answer. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to delve into the next session. Well, as I already mentioned earlier, that this session will be on accelerating global action through advancing Article 6 mechanisms for climate solutions by Ms. Leena Nandan, who is a 1987 IAS officer at the Uttar Pradesh cadre, served as the Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change from December 2021. During her tenure, she played a pivotal role in advancing India's environmental policies and initiatives. She emphasized the importance of resource efficiency and the adoption of extended producer responsibility, EPR, to mitigate climate change impacts. Additionally, she highlighted the Green Credit Program of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, advocating for the integration of green initiatives into corporate practices and their inclusion in environmental, social and governance reporting. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage with a big round of applause, Ms. Leena Nandan. I would also request Mr. Saurabh Didi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to please join us up on the stage and welcome her with a bouquet. Welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here today. We are looking forward to hear your insights, so over to you. Yes. Here is the, just in case if you have a presentation, ma'am. Okay.
Officials from the Ministry of Power, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, stakeholders, participants from organizations, companies, multilateral organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by congratulating the Bureau of Energy Efficiency on what I see and what I hear is an extremely successful international conference on carbon markets. I think this demonstrates more than anything else the clarity and the vision with which India is committed to moving forward on its low carbon development pathway. Let me just take you back a bit, although all of you would be fully conversant with the long-term low-emission development strategy that India had communicated to the UNFCCC in 2022. You would be aware of where we are with respect to the NDCs that we had updated in 2022, and we are already doing extremely well in terms of reduction of the emission intensity of the economy, in terms of the share of non-fossil fuel sources of energy, as well as in the carbon stock, and increasing the carbon stock over 2005 levels. So on all these aspects, there is excellent progress, and the country has demonstrated to the world that we are not only committed, we are not only responsible, but we are also extremely responsive to the issue of sustainable development. So development and sustainability, both of them require that economic activities are at the heart of our planning and implementation strategies. But to make them sustainable also is the requirement that the country is fully committed towards. So environment and economy are the twin pillars of India's strategy. Hence, the carbon market process, the development, the amendment of the Act which happened in 2022, and since then, the continuous progress in terms of establishing a robust and scientific and technically organized principle of carbon trading is what has been done jointly by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and the Ministry of Power. And I'm sure that in today's sessions, you have already had a lot of discussions on the various aspects of carbon trading, and going forward, tomorrow as well, there would be so many other aspects that would be highlighted. When we talk about the carbon trading platform, naturally, the first issue that comes to mind, which very clearly is the crux of the issue, is how robust is the system for registry of the entities and verification of the claims in terms of carbon reduction, and a continuous process of certification. Towards this end, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency has done a lot of groundwork, has covered the pathway in terms of bringing in the structures and the systems, but it is only through the continuous collaboration with stakeholders and the consultation that it is possible to not just make a structure, but ensure that it is actually implementable, pragmatic, and will lead to the desired results. Here I will like to allude to what many of you may be familiar with, the circular economy principles that the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has so successfully demonstrated in terms of the EPR trading platform. And those learnings have actually given us a lot of insight into how exactly a good and robust system should be put into place. You would all be aware that when the EPR system was brought into place, and this started in February 22, when the first set of EPR regulations on plastic PIBOs, producers, importers, and brand owners, was introduced, and it has been followed by several other areas where the EPR mandate covers waste tires or batteries or electronic waste, used oil, and it's a continuous process. More and more areas are getting covered. But essentially, the EPR structure hinges on the authenticity of the waste processing that the entity, the waste processor, is claiming to do. So therefore, the verification, robust system of verification, and a trading which is also, of course, market itself is connected. So the market and mandate have combined very well to put the EPR trading platform into place. But even the principles, so that there are no windfall gains, there are no net losses, those have been taken into account in the course of how the ministry has developed the entire EPR portal. These are the learnings that are helping to strengthen and stabilize as we move towards putting into place the mechanism that are required for obligated entities to reduce their carbon footprint, non-obligated entities to also reduce, and thereby make these reduction in credits available on the platform to the host of buyers. Now here we talk about the domestic trading market as well as the international trading market. We all know that we've been working towards the 6.4, which will allow corporations and organizations to actually do this trading. And you all would be aware that in the last COP also, there was a lot of headway that has been made in terms of the interim registry, in terms of coming out with the basic premises and seeing how the carbon market can then connect with what were the earlier entities recognized under the CDM, because it has to migrate very seamlessly. Just like the PAT system has to migrate into the carbon trading system so that you don't have two sets of obligations that are cast on entities. So that has to also, that is one of the challenges and one of the requirements for making this a successful initiative. So how the CDM and the PAT systems are going to be subsumed into carbon markets, so that there is only one common denominator in terms of reduction in carbon emissions. That will have to be the core of our strategy. And that is why the more things are clarified, the NADIPA has been in place. It was set up as early as 2022, and the continuous meetings of the authority, which actually is a formal structure under the Act, but at the same time has continuous collaboration of all the line ministries as well as stakeholder organizations. So it is the NADIPA which would actually be playing a key role in Article 6.4 credits being on the registry and on the trading platform. The viability of this entire mechanism also requires that the registry that is being set up for the domestic carbon market is seamlessly integrated and therefore fully compliant with the requirements of Article 6.4 trading and registry. And that is something that is being done as we are moving forward, and BE has done this very good groundwork in terms of understanding the different nuances of the registry and ensuring that the system and the structure which is put into place does not again require parallel activity. We should not need to reinvent the wheel every time. So moving towards 6.4, developing a very robust domestic carbon market, these are activities which are already ongoing. The country has also engaged in a lot of discussions with several other countries under the 6.2 mechanism. And there, how the carbon credits in one country could be adjusted against the NDCs of another country, that is also something that has shown a lot of very promising developments. And there are so many nuances that are involved, because ultimately every country will always look to their own national circumstances and to their own respective capabilities. So any dialogue that we have, any plan that we make must necessarily look ultimately towards what is going to serve the country's interest. Today, when we look at the entire problem of climate change, when we look at how carbon emissions have grown year on year and the impact they are having on a regular basis across the world, we realize that whatever has happened in terms of the responsibilities of the developed countries has certainly not been sufficient. The developing countries have done more than their fair share. They have really done the heavy lifting while also continuously coping with the demands of adaptation. And one aspect of adaptation will also be, in a sense of adaptation with mitigation co-benefits, the entire transition, the energy transition that the MSMEs will really have to face. Because today we are seeing increasing demands and requirements for green products that are green in terms of the source of energy that they use and also the amount of waste that they are contributing. And here I will like to also very briefly mention the eco-mark rules that the ministry had actually finalized late last year. And my former colleague from the ministry is here, Namita Prasad, who's done excellent work in this. She was the joint secretary. She's the joint secretary who's handling the subject, and I think tomorrow she's in a panel on Article 6.2. But I must briefly mention the important contribution that she has made towards the eco-mark rules. The eco-mark rules are actually taking the entire discussion and debate about climate-friendly actions to the level of consumers. Today, we have seen that the climate change narrative has been, by and large, driven by a discourse on commitments by countries, obligations being cast on them. They, in turn, expect that the companies that are engaged in economic activities will also then be compliant, bring in better technology, better processes for manufacturing, so that their products and services become greener and faster, that too. But there's a very important role that consumers have to play in this, because we should not only be targeting the supply side. In fact, the entire market premise hinges on a very robust and balanced supply and demand situation. Either if one of them is skewed, naturally the market will fail. So this end of the value chain of the consumers is also very important. And that is something that companies must understand. It is not only required to build in better systems of production, to access cleaner forms of energy, to move towards adoption of cleaner fuel. It's not required only because there is a law that is looming large over you and there is a mandate that is soon to be cast. It is that and more. It is going to be the future. It is going to be the demand of consumers who are conscious, who are discerning, who want to make the right eco-friendly choices. That is why this entire initiative that the ministry undertook of developing the eco-mark system, of having a process whereby there can be branding of a product by virtue of its carrying an eco-mark, that would be a recognition that this product is indeed green in terms of its energy as well as in the upstreaming of waste. Because ultimately, unless we embed circularity into the value chain, into the production systems, it will just be another discussion and debate that will happen in silos. And today we need to break the silos, we need to work together. So therefore, companies, as they work towards understanding the implications of the mandatory obligation that the carbon systems and carbon reductions would cast on them, must also understand that it is the way of the future. And the faster we embrace cleaner systems of production, the faster we are able to convince consumers that we are indeed putting before them an eco-friendly product or an eco-friendly service. That is something that would lead to successful adoption of this entire, and as we put it, the democratization of the battle against climate change. It has to be, the ramifications have to be much bigger than just being confined to production and supply, than just being confined to policy, than just being confined to governments and economic entities. It has to embrace all participants. So in this discussion and this debate, I would urge all of you to give a thought as to whether the pathway that your company has embraced, or the support that if you're a multilateral development bank, for instance, the support that you are extending towards transition is also enabling the smooth transition of companies, because that is what we mean when we talk about just transition. We expect there's too much of weightage on the word transition. There is enough emphasis on just. So the justice behind the transition can only happen if we support companies, entities, particularly SMEs, in their effort to transition towards cleaner systems of production. And all of this would be given a nudge by putting the carbon market into place. But as I said, so long as we think that we are being forced to do something, we do not embrace it with the same kind of open-mindedness. We do not look at these opportunities for actually leveraging resources that are available out there, for leveraging funds that are available for, that can be mobilized if we were only to commit towards this kind of a cleaner transition. And therefore, as we discuss whether we talk about 6.2 or we talk about 6.4 or we talk about the domestic carbon market or the mandate of the EPR rules, the entire discussion has to be with the larger understanding that we are here at a very critical point of time. We have to play our roles at this time when we are seeing year on year the increasing and the phenomenal increase in temperatures, the impact it is having on the lives and livelihoods of people, be it the food security, be it the health systems, be it water security, everything is going to be impacted. So we are going to be coping with the pressure on adapting to the climate change problem while we are also looking at mitigation. So we need to have a holistic approach, and that understanding must be across the value chain, must be there with all stakeholders. And we have to work. It's like you sink or swim together. I'm sure we will all opt to swim together, because as the position that we are all in, we are the trustees of the planet. We have to safeguard it for future generations. And it is only by not only committing to it in thought and in action and in words, but actually trying to see how we can do better and better, how we can make this platform a robust one, how we can get very good certification, verification systems in place, how we can get the best technology. So carbon markets give us the opportunity to leverage the best of technologies that are available. And in fact, that is the expectation that we have. Because when we have companies that are obligated to reduce their carbon emissions, they must also come forward to offer that technology. Today, the problem with best available technology is it is the best, but it is not available. It is not accessible. There are IPR problems that are there. There is the cost and affordability. So unless the technology is affordable and accessible, again, we would be just doing so much of lip service to this entire discussion and debate about carbon trading. So when we have the platform in place, even before we are moving towards registering it, we have to see how whatever we are planning, we can do it at even a faster pace than is possible. And today, we have already declared, as far as India is concerned, we have declared our 2030 ambitions. We have declared that we would achieve net zero in 2070. And we are also committed to a Viksit Bharat by 2047. All of this is possible because of the courage and commitment and conviction that the country has. But it also requires that we are in sync, we work in harmony, and we use this trading platform to actually reach out to the stakeholders, not to get only profit and economic benefit out of this transaction, but actually see how we can all be winners. Because in this climate debate and narrative, there will not be winners and losers, there will be only losers if we do not see the writing on the wall. So I will conclude by congratulating, again, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency for putting together this discussion. I'm sure that with the tremendous amount of interest that has been shown, I'm told that there is excellent participation and it will continue to the discussions tomorrow. And I'm confident that insofar carbon markets are concerned, India will prove that it is a leader which knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you for that really moving and empowering address. May I request Mr. Didi to please join us up on the stage and kindly present a memento to Ms. Nandan. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big, big round of applause? Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing all your thoughts with all of us. That was indeed very empowering, a very moving address. Can we give her a big, big round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen? On that note, we are moving on to our next thematic track, which is on offset mechanism, experience from other countries, challenges and learnings. This session aims to explore real-world offset mechanisms from different countries, identify the key challenges faced, and draw lessons that can be applied across borders to ensure better governance, transparency, and accountability. This session will be chaired and moderated by Dr. Chandrasekhar Sinha, Global Lead for Carbon Markets and Finance at the World Bank. He joined the World Bank in 1997 as a part of the team that established carbon finance at the institution and has also worked on energy and climate change in the Latin America and Caribbean and South Asia regions of the World Bank. He has previously worked at JP Morgan, Terry, New Delhi, and at the Kennedy School of Government, as well as at the Harvard University. His current work focuses on development of Paris-aligned carbon markets, leveraging climate finance for World Bank operation, and maximizing synergies of different climate change initiatives of the Climate Change Group at the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome our chair and moderator for this session, Dr. Sinha, on the stage. Welcome to you, sir. I would now like to invite our esteemed panelists for this session. Please put your hands together for Mr. Saurabh Didi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, former Special Chief Secretary, Environment and Forest, Assam Government. Mr. Bjorn Fondon, Policy Advisor at IETA. Mr. Lokesh Dubey, Senior Manager, Gold Standard. And Mr. Inderjeet Singh, Partner and Leader at Deloitte. Welcome, welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our esteemed panelists with a big round of applause. Over to you, Dr. Sinha.
Thank you to all the panelists, and I must apologize right in the beginning for the voice. Despite the fantastic air in Delhi, somehow I got a sore throat. You've heard in the morning and in the previous panel the importance of compliance markets and the experience that India has drawn in terms of designing its own program. And this session will cover the offset market. The offset markets, as you know, are a means of providing flexibility to the compliance systems in order to allow for greatest efficiencies, number one. Number two, for reduction in cost, and most importantly, as far as the international market is concerned, to channel climate finance to sectors that are not part of the compliance market. That's the scope of the discussion today, how in this panel, on how do we use offset markets in a way that meets the objective of the compliance market, channels finance to those sectors that you have left out in the compliance market, and potentially also allows them to link to international markets. Perhaps that will happen, part of that discussion will take place tomorrow, but I'd love to hear the perspective of the panelists as they look at these aspects. I'll start with Saurabh oh, sorry, yes, there is a, sorry, Mandeep, a presentation, a scene-setting presentation. Thanks for reminding me. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. So, may I request to please load the presentation? So I will just be giving, not taking much time, I'll be just giving a brief of the offset market which has been notified by the Government of India in December 2023. Yep. So the offset mechanism. So the offset mechanism under the carbon market, carbon credit trading scheme is wherein the non-obligated entities can register their projects for GHG emission reduction or removal or avoidance for issuance of carbon credit certificates. So there is a term registered entities which has been notified under the carbon credit trading scheme. So registered entities are of two types, obligated entities and non-obligated entities. So herein in the offset market, we will be calling them as non-obligated entities. So it means they will be registered entities that can either generate or purchase the carbon credit certificates on voluntary basis. So as Mr. Didi in the morning had highlighted that there will be two types of mechanisms, compliance and offset. So this is the second one of them. So in the offset mechanism, the emission reductions will be calculated as baseline emissions minus the project emissions, which will be equal to the carbon credits and which is equal to 1 ton of CO2 reduction. So key components, the central government has notified 10 sectors under the offset mechanism. We have identified 8 methodologies, and the project cycle in the offset mechanism consists of 7 steps. So meanwhile, we are also developing the detailed procedure for the offset mechanism, which will detail more on the project cycle, and it is currently under approval and will be public soon. So these are the 10 sectors that have been covered under the offset mechanism: energy, industries, agriculture, waste handling and disposal, forestry, transport, fugitive emissions, construction, solvent use, CCUS and others. So these are the 8 methodologies that have been identified in the first phase of identifying methodologies under offset mechanism. So it is grid connected RE with storage, hydrogen through electrolysis, energy efficiency industries, then hydrogen from biomass, landfill methane recovery from livestock, flaring or use of landfill gas, afforestation and reforestation of degraded mangrove habitat. So this is a nomenclature that we have, the government has given under the offset mechanism. So it is like BMEN01.001. So BM will be the Bharat methodologies. EN will be the initials for the sector name, that is the 10 sectors that I just mentioned. So like for example, for energy, it will be EN. And then 01 will be a serial number assigned to the respective sector. And then .001 will be the serial number of methodology. So it is BMEN 01.001. So the project cycle which project will undergo for earning carbon credit certificates under the offset cycle consists of the first step will be the account registration on the ICM, the Indian Carbon Market web portal that currently the government is developing. Then step 2 will be the project design, submission of the project design document, followed by validation. After once it has been validated by the accredited carbon verification agency, it can go for registration. Upon registration, it will go for monitoring and verification. Verification again will be done by the accredited carbon verification agency. And once the verification is done, it will go to the issuance of carbon credit certificates. So thank you. So the detailed procedure will, as I already mentioned, will be public soon. So for more details, you can, visit the same. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandeep. With that scene-setting presentation, let me turn now to Saurabh Dudisab. Saurabh, as many of you already know, he's one of the key architects of the Indian carbon markets, was involved in the standard and labeling program and the National Mission on Enhanced Efficiency. Saurabhji, from your perspective, what are the elements of successful offset programs that you can think of that can contribute to the Indian carbon market and the way you've designed it?
Okay, I'll say few parameters from which we are actually considering it as a successful or not successful. One is how we actually involving stakeholders. For example, that when we are developing this, we are trying to get in touch with all kind of stakeholders with all kind of variability. Second is on the transparency aspect, that how our complete market is transparent so that price discovery, whatever will happen, is in a complete transparent manner. And then it has to have recognized by international standards. So if we will keep transparency and the tracking of those certificates in a correct manner, then probably we will have a good price discovery. Only catch here is that whether significant higher price is good or average price is good. And we had a debate on this, that for example, when we talked about EU ETS, prices are somewhere around $60 to $70 for compliance or $10 to $15 in other markets. But if these prices are so high, then technology people, whether they will go for such instruments or not, or they will install technology, that's a challenging question. So I will say that prices is not a right parameter. I will say that how we can maximize emission reduction is the right parameter for our understanding that how these markets are successful.
Thank you. Can I just have a follow-up question, if you permit me? You know, in the global context, if you look at the total size of the compliance markets, there was a discussion in the morning that's about $105 billion, whereas the offset market currently, because it is based on voluntary market, is about, under optimistic scenario, 1 billion. That's a 1%. Is there a thinking of what would be the size of the offset market with regard to the overall compliance market?
Look, the enthusiasm with Indian developers, how we are seeing, is more towards the offset, despite of the fact that that is 1% of the compliance. But, and the opportunity is very high. Only catch here is that who will be the buyer of those offset credits. That's the catch here. And if we have a good, significant market, which we are thinking from various aspects, other policy-related things which we will establish in future, which will actually generate market for the offset credits, can support that. So in my opinion, even offset market will be at par with the compliance mechanism, rather than saying 1% of compliance, in India especially.
Okay, thank you. That should be a very positive thing for many people in the room, I think, to recognize that the expected size of the market would be of the similar level for both offsets and compliance. Let me now turn to Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad. Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad is a very experienced IS officer of the 1990 batch, served as the chief negotiator for India in the climate change area for more than 7-8 years. You were in a period that was instrumental for the Paris Agreement. From your experience, Ravi Shankarji, what are the complexities of the offset market that needs to be addressed in order to make this reality that Saurabhji talked about, of it being of similar size to the compliance market?
Thank you, Chandrasekharji. And it's a very insightful discussion. I would say, before I get to your question, I would just say two things. One is that as we start working under the Paris Agreement, Article 6, 6.2, 6.4, we are still on the learning curve, because a lot of things are new under the evolving kind of architecture. But for India, we have a very good, solid experience of clean development mechanism, where we were one of the front runners. We had about 2,900 projects which were approved by the host country by us. We had about 1,700 projects which were registered by the UNFCCC mechanism, and it generated an investment of about 7 lakhs crores. So there's a huge appetite in the private sector as far as offset programs and Article 6.4 mechanism, and how the domestic carbon market in the offset side is going to work and link to it in the long run. Coming more to your question, I think the challenge that we saw during CDM towards the fag end was the collapse of the prices. The demand side was lacking, and there was a huge buzz around the reliability of the carbon credits, the kind of reports regarding greenwashing, reports regarding projects getting recognized without really leading to emission reduction. So these are some of the issues or challenges that we have to address while we design the domestic carbon market also, because these things have to lead to additionality. They have to look at how it is going to lead to an overall reduction in global emissions. And I would also try to link it to what the Honorable Minister said in the morning. How do we see Viksit Bharat in 2047? What are the sectors, what are the areas, what are the kind of innovations where we find that growth is going to lead us and give the result of a $30 billion US economy in 2047? So these are the places where an offset mechanism can play a role in giving direction to investment, in enabling sustainable development and carbon emission reductions. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I also ask you a follow-up question? Because in the corridors, a lot of people have asked this question, which is how would you think that there should be a linkage of the Indian voluntary offset market with the international markets?
I think the private sector, especially with new kind of projects and new kind of technologies, they are looking for that additional input in terms of finance. Some people mentioned whether the banks would be coming forward to go in for activities which don't have that kind of a clear established profitability potential. But given the fact that there can be some additionality coming from carbon credits, the investment and profitability profile of the projects can change. And I think this ability to float a project both in the domestic carbon market and the Article 6.4 mechanism of the Paris Agreement will help the private sector to optimize and do the best possible. I would also say that it is important for the policymakers to look at the NDC. What are the activities which are going to contribute to our nationally determined contribution? And what are the activities which we allow for international trading or which are getting traded but would not, since in that sense, be available for the NDC per se. So that kind of a clarity in sectors, in activities, in areas to be clear about where it is going to contribute to our commitments and where it is enabling private sector to get an additional investment or a support kind of finance would be very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let me turn to Bjorn. Bjorn Fonden is the International Policy Advisor for IETA. You've worked previously at Grant Thornton and at the UNFCCC's Regional Coordination Center, and now you're actively involved in engagement with the private sector in Asia and Southeast Asia region. Bjorn, from that perspective, you heard Ravi Shankarji talked about and Sauravji talk about the volatility of prices being a critical barrier to long-term investment through the offset market. What are the ways in which, based on the international experience, you think that could be addressed more effectively?
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. So price is, of course, as we all know, a function of supply and demand in a free market, right? And supply, in this case, of course, is dependent on the number of methodologies that is available in the market, in the offset mechanism. It's dependent on the people in the audience, the developers, their expected return of investments, whether they are looking to develop projects or not. And this, in turn, is, of course, dependent on the demand. So I think we're coming back to the question about demand. I think in the morning it was mentioned by the minister and by several others that we need to understand the demand side of the market to also understand what are the risks in terms of price fluctuation and volatility. So right now, in the Indian offset mechanism, there's three potential sources of demand, right? So number one is, of course, the demand from the compliance entities themselves. And we are still not entirely sure about the percentage of offset credits that can be used to meet compliance obligations in the CCTS. But this is one source of demand by the domestic companies. And this demand will only come if the offset credits are cheaper than the price of compliance in the CCTS, which of course is dependent on the targets and the stringency of the targets that will be notified in the coming month for the CCTS. The other side of demand is the compliance demand for international actors. This is the demand that needs corresponding adjustments and that needs authorization under Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement by the Indian government and by MOFCC in particular. So this again can be drawn to sovereign demand, whether it's Singapore, where I'm based, who is buying as a country to meet their NDC, or by corporate demand, for example, airlines under CORSIA. And we know that right now, this is probably the largest and more stable source of demand for credits. We know that CORSIA first phase will require probably from 50 to 150 million tons of credits. This is the shortfall expected. And then for sovereign buyers, we know that Japan, for example, have indicated an interest to buy up to 100 million ITMOs by 2030. And then third and finally is, of course, the voluntary corporate demand. So this is what we normally refer to as the VCM that peaked around 2.1 billion in 2021 and, of course, have slowed down, but there is some expectation that it will grow again. But it's highly dependent on the trends in the global market and on the use case of credit for voluntary purposes. So here again, initiatives like ICVCM and the Core Carbon Principles, Science-Based Targets Initiative, and other, such as ISO Net Zero standards, come in because they drive the voluntary demand. And of course, the discussion now happening across the pond in the US and in Europe, where IETA is actively advocating for the use of offsets to support carbon neutrality targets and net zero achievements, is incredibly important. Now, your question is about the price fluctuation. So how can we address this? First of all, it's important to note that even if you're investing in stocks, let's say, in your own portfolio, I can choose to put my money in a very stable bank account, a savings account. There will be zero fluctuations, but the return will also be much less. By integrating more factors into the Indian offset market, we can probably expect more fluctuation, but we can also expect a higher return on that investment. So that means we will have more finance flowing into the market itself. Now, we discussed, I think in the previous panel, Rob and a few others mentioned, of course, different types of contracts that can be introduced, for example, by the government to buy back credits at a certain fixed price floor. There can also be, if there's an oversupply in the market, potential outtake of allowances if it's linked to the compliance market, right? Or contracts that can be signed. So there are a number of different instruments that can be introduced, but there are also shortfalls with each of those instruments. Maybe we can talk about it more.
And for you, a follow-up question as well, Bjorn. In terms of the role of the private sector in managing the price volatility, what do you see the trend, the best practice? Because for most project developers or those who are investing in the underlying project, I think they want a stable return so that their investments get a proper return. So how do you see the private sector managing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think, of course, number one is policy stability. I mean, whichever market you look at, if there's fluctuations in the policy, and the same comes to the CDM. I was very young in the early days of the CDM. You have been around for longer, but I mean, one of the main reasons why the CDM collapsed is, of course, there was the economic downturn in the EU or globally, and then led to the delinking of the EU ETS with the CDM and CERs internationally. So in the end, it's a policy decision that led to the collapse of the offset market globally. And the same if you look, for example, in New Zealand, they put out a consultation on price stability measures in the New Zealand ETS, which suddenly impacted the market very drastically. So I think when BE now and the government of India is developing the Indian carbon market, the key aspect that we need to have is the certainty of the policy design long term. So we have also been involved in some of the discussion around market stability reserves, etc., and I think it's still being considered. But the key point is don't change it every year. I think everyone in the room can agree with this. This is what really will impact the market negatively in more ways than one. And then, of course, the private sector will figure out ways to deal with price fluctuations, whether it's allowing banks and investors to come in, to hedge, put forward contracts, long take off-take agreements. I think a lot of the developers in the audience knows very well how they can structure these deals. But what we need from the government is clarity on the rules and a way forward.
Absolutely. Fully agree with you. Now, one of the other aspects which influences price is always the quality. And the quality is ensured by the independent standards and the validation verification process. So let me now then turn to Lokesh Dubey. He's the senior manager at Gold Standard and has over 2 decades of experience of managing standards and reporting on these, previously at MOEFCC as well. So, Lokeshji, from your point of view, what is the role of the standards and in their discussions with governments to ensure long-term quality of the emission reductions that will come into the offset market?
Thank you. So there are some ground principles which are non-negotiable. Integrity is undoubtedly one of them. And for Gold Standard, it is also people and nature. These three are the core principles on which Gold Standard operates. And we think that countries like India, who have a vast population to cater to their needs, also a pristine environment to protect, have to base this strategy for offset mechanism that not only considers mitigation as the key deliverable of the offset mechanism, but also it should act as a vehicle to deliver sustainable development goals and also keeping safeguards in place for people as well as for nature. When we talk about mitigation and integrity, we have to see that whatever mechanism we float should stand to international scrutiny at all levels. 1 ton should always be equivalent to 1 ton at every place in the world. That is the ideal situation for which we all are working towards. When we see the rules are being developed at UNFCCC for Article 6.4 mechanism and also for Article 6.2, we see that there are a number of striking differences from erstwhile CDM mechanism. And in Gold Standard, we have started integrating those principles and internalizing those principles with full alignment in our standards as well as in our methodologies. To name a few, we are working on new requirements for our methodologies, which were open for public consultation, and we hope those will be released very soon. We require all methodologies now. We would require all methodologies now to consider the baselines which are below business as usual. To consider, methodologies would consider locking in level of emissions. Methodologies would also consider questions like upstream emissions. So the offset mechanisms as a vehicle to deliver sustainable development goals, to cater to mitigation needs which are beyond business as usual, and also as an instrument which is prepared in light of the national circumstances and priorities, without prejudice to international or global benefit it is going to deliver. So that's how I see it. With the governments, in the Gold Standard, our interaction with various governments has been such that we not only work with governments on getting our credits used in the other schemes, in the domestic compliance schemes and offset schemes, but also we work on dual certification. For example, we are working with the Thailand government, where we are working on labeling of premium TVers, which are Thailand VRs, for labeling with gold standard. This will ensure that those VRs which are domestically created will also be they will get wider marketplace to trade because of the GS labeling, as GS is a higher standard for quality and integrity. It will surely help that kind of credit. And that is also true for other offset mechanisms which are coming up.
So again, a follow-up question. There's been reports of the crediting protocol that you're developing in partnership with Vera and the government of Singapore for Article 6.2. Can you tell us a little bit about how that works and what the relationship is in terms of, most people would take the view that Article 6.2 was supposed to be between governments, and all of a sudden you find independent standards coming in. And there's a lot of discussion around how the mitigation contribution units under Article 6.4 will be the main source for voluntary carbon markets. So UNFCCC suddenly main source of standard for voluntary markets, the independent standard suddenly driving the Article 6.2 markets. Is totally contrary to what the thinking was 6 months ago. So what's the thinking around that?
I would say that the classical understanding of compliance market as one bucket and voluntary market as another bucket, without speaking to each other with the fire line, is not something which is going to stay for long. We are seeing that the line between the two market types are blurring. It is the use of credit that is going to matter in long run rather than the origin of credit. If we can ensure that in independent crediting mechanism, at least the same level of robustness and integrity has been followed as required by a compliance scheme, the credits generated by an independent mechanism can very well be used in the compliance scheme, as we are seeing in several schemes. We are seeing it in Singapore, we are seeing it in Chile, we are seeing it in Peru, where gold standard credits are eligible. You talked about the playbook thing that we had developed. So first version of the playbook was already launched in the last COP, where we have identified certain steps and mechanisms through which Article 6.2 can also be implemented. If you ask me, independent of what gold standard's position is, my own understanding is that it's always good to not to invent the wheel again and again. So some things have already been proven, tested, and time-tested. Those things should be adopted with regional or national realities and tweaking if required. That means already established standards and methodologies can be recognized as de facto standards for trading between the two countries under Article 6.2. There could be several models that can be developed around it, not only relying on one particular framework or one particular standard, but taking good from all schemes or all standards that we have around the world. And that is possibly the future of carbon markets, where all carbon standards with their uniqueness and with their USPs, they talk to each other, they kind of link to each other, and they make a super network, what I often refer as supermarket of climate change or carbon credits.
Thank you. That's very insightful to think in terms of quality as a fundamental element in all offset programs, and then the difference between different mechanisms, particularly under Paris Agreement, more as an accounting process that follows through corresponding adjustment. That's very, very insightful. Let me now turn to Inderjeet. Inderjeet Singh is a partner at Deloitte, 2 decades of experience working with private sector, and the part that I want you to focus on and get your response, Inderjeet, is on how are corporates thinking about the offset market, because that is critical, as we have seen, in establishing of the demand. So I want you to look at it from two perspectives, if possible, for our benefit. One is how the Indian corporates looking at the possibility of a voluntary market. And from your experience at Deloitte, what do you see happening in the international market? How is their thinking on these aspects going to reflect in demand as far as the Indian private sector would be concerned?
Right. Thank you, Sinha sir. Apparently, if you look at the Indian corporates,
closer, I think. Yeah.
If you look at the Indian corporates, there are two things which are currently on the play for them right now. The first one is their in-house decision to look at the decarbonization, and therefore science-based target initiatives or PAS 2060 certification. These are the things which are creating an underlying demand for them, that from where they can secure offsets. Now, if you look at the way Vera or Gold Standard or similar kind of mechanisms are catering to these demands, this is happening from other exchanges, so outside of India. If you look at Singapore itself, or if you look at the last report from the World Bank, almost about $300 million worth of trades of voluntary market instruments are currently catering to various demands, and majority of these players out of this 300 million transaction that I'm talking about is from the Indian players, those who are sitting on various volumes. The second idea which is there with the market players is that though there is a discussion which is happening around offset markets, there is a discussion which is happening around compliance market, but can there be a role of intermediaries? And therefore, whether it is the banking and financial sector or whether it is the treasury that is available to larger corporates, through which they can make use of these monies to make sure that they have access to their voluntary demands. That's how they are looking at it, and obviously the balance part is of all those companies or units which are covered under PAT. So that is more of a compliance market problem statement. But for voluntary markets, it is predominantly the self-decided initiatives, and to some extent how they are looking at, say, for example, their business aspirations outside of India. So majority of Indian companies with, say, for example, interests in the West or in Japanese market or in the Australian market. So currently, if we look at, say, for example, European Union, CBAM has created a ripple effect in terms of providing the disclosures right from the beginning of 2025, and they know that the CBAM declarants, which are the counterparty to their business, will have to make adjustments from next year onwards in terms of compliances. So that's predominantly the thought process which is going on within the companies.
Okay. And what about the corporates in India which are part of a global supply chain? Do you see interest on their side beginning to emerge on utilizing an Indian national offset program?
Yes, indeed, and this is something when I was in discussions with one of the CEOs of a company a couple of days back, and he used a very nice term. He said that, Indrajit, US is champion of innovation. China is champion of replication. Europe is champion of regulation. Can India become the champion of integration? And therefore, when it comes to the possibility of creating a larger ecosystem in the carbon markets, that's where I believe there is a very clear role. We have the learnings from European Union, the EU ETS, right from 2005. We saw the price discovery starting from 2007 onwards. We have all the experiences that what is impacting the overall market with over-allocation. We have seen the role of intermediaries in the EU ETS, and that, I believe, is something which can be well thought through when we are deciding upon the further course of action for India as a market.
Thank you. That is quite helpful. I want to take a second round of questions, quick ones, so that we give the audience a chance to participate as well. So, quick one to you, Sauravji. What do you see the prospects in the context of the Paris Agreement and the NDC period ending in 2030? How do you see carbon markets playing an important role?
We are going to have a complete session tomorrow. So on Article 6, that how actually this is going to happen, Namita ma'am is here, so she can give better perspective. But yes, we foresee it as one of the key potential area where our domestic market can actually generate some kind of revenue from the NDC perspective that under Article 6.2. So from that perspective, we are actually seeing it as a potential.
Perfect. I was trying to get answers from you for tomorrow's panel, but we'll not very. You want to come in on that, Bjorn?
Yeah, just to add one point on that. So IETA, we actually did a survey last year, which was launched at COP29 in Baku, which looked at the private sector interest in Article 6, and especially 6.4 mitigation contribution units, so the non-corresponding adjusted 6.4 units, in comparison to other credits in the verified or voluntary carbon market. And what we saw is that the expectation by our survey respondents is that 6.4 MCUs will still price much higher than other credits in the voluntary carbon market. And from the project developer side, over 80% said that they were interested in looking at Article 6.4. Now, there's a caveat there, of course, and I think we'll let the next panel discuss, but the 6.4 takes away quite a lot in terms of the share of proceeds and the overall mitigation in global emission, which is automatically canceled before you can sell any credits. So there is two sides of this, and ultimately it comes down to the quality, the integrity, and then the use case of the credits, right? So the price that a developer can get for them. So I just wanted to mention this.
Thanks, Bjorn. Ravi Shankarji, you heard Bjorn earlier indicate the importance of policy stability to reduce volatility. What are the other things that you think government policy makers should take into account in order to create as stable as possible demand and supply kind of a scenario which would allow the market to operate efficiently?
I think the building blocks, as rightly said, one is a long-term time frame, kind of policy predictability, knowing the rules of the game. But at the same time, some kind of regulator, administrator, with clearly defined roles and responsibilities, maybe having an independent stature. Thirdly, a registry that inspires confidence and trust, because that is something which is a sine qua non, in the sense that it not only has to compare and do the function internally in the domestic sector, but it has also to lend itself for comparison, for interoperability with other kind of registries. So these are some of the elements that I think are very important as we move along this pathway. And I think that some kind of, looking back at earlier experiences, some kind of availability of fund to stabilize the market or to help transition to some of the newer technologies which will be coming in. We had this experience of the National Clean Energy Fund, which was set up in 2010, I think, 2010 or 2013, where we had some kind of cess on coal and which helped in financing many of the projects which came in renewable energy sector, etc. Some innovative things also, some research and development components also. So some kind of support on those issues to help the market develop and also to help the players in executing their roles.
Thank you. I was told that we have to try to catch up a little bit on lost time. So there's only one question from the audience. Are there any burning questions? Yes, please, go ahead. Please also, if you're directing it to anybody specific, do indicate that.
Hi, I'm Sajini Patel from the Global Heat Reduction Initiative. So this question is for Bjorn. You mentioned about the policies. So there are many initiatives coming into picture for harmful high heat trapping, short-lived climate pollutants like methane. And there's already global methane pledge that's been signed by 155 countries. So India being focused on carbon dioxide now might have to move towards methane in the near future. So in that sense, a little bit of modification and evolvement of policies might be required. So how do you suggest the Indian government go about it without disturbing the market at that time?
Sorry, I had a little bit of difficulty hearing you, I think, the speaker system, but basically how to expand the system to include other greenhouse gases, right? So, I mean, this has been done in other compliance systems in the past. It can be done. It's not that rules cannot change over time. Of course, the design elements of a market needs to be flexible to see, for example, economic growth, industrial innovation, expansion of coverage, and ultimately we want to reach a market that of course covers as wide as possible, as many sectors as possible, as many facilities as possible, and then linking with international markets. This is how we create the most efficient pricing and reduce emissions at the lowest cost. So what I'm suggesting is not that the government will never amend the rules. It's more or less having a clear timeline for when this is being done. So let's say you have a 5-year time frame for when you would oversee the rules, and then, of course, bringing into other gases in a nuanced manner. I would also just conclude by saying that, like, any market is only as good as its implementation. So we can spend a lot of time here discussing design, but I think from previous experiences, both in India and other markets like the China CCAR, where they had a lot of issues around data manipulation and fraud in the offset market, the market is only as good as the implementation and what's really happening on the ground. It's like we're selling a house, but we don't have the foundation yet. So we need to start working on the foundation. We have very beautiful drawings and the architect has done a great job, but we haven't set the foundation, the walls are not properly made, and then the roof will fall apart. So that's my final comment.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, let me conclude the session, and please join me in giving a round of applause to the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that really engaging discussion. A lot of key takeaways for everyone. May I now request Ms. Diksha Chauhan from iForest to please join us up on stage and felicitate all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our chair and moderator, Dr. Chandrasekhar Sinha, Global Lead for Carbon Markets and Finance, World Bank. Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, former Special Chief Secretary, Environment and Forest to Assam Government. Mr. Bjorn Fondin, Policy Advisor at IETA. Mr. Lokesh Dubey, Senior Manager, Gold Standard. Mr. Indrajit Singh, Partner and Leader, Deloitte. Thank you so much for sharing all your insights with all of us. May I request all the panelists to please come together for a group photo opportunity. And Ms. Mandeep Kaur, I would like to request you to please join us on the stage as well. Okay. Mandeep is not here, that's all right. We can take the picture together. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we please hear it for all the panelists? Thank you so much once again. With that, we are proceeding towards our next session, which is our plenary session 2 for the day. And apparently it's going to be the last of the formal session for today, on implication of global carbon market mechanisms on countries' climate goals. This plenary session aims to explore the dynamics between global carbon market mechanisms and national climate goals. It will provide an overview of how international carbon market mechanisms like Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, and the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism impact the implementation and achievement of countries' climate objectives, particularly in the context of the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be chaired and moderated by Mr. R.R. Rashmi, Technical Advisor, Board Member, International Civil Aviation Organization. Mr. R.R. Rashmi is a distinguished fellow at the Energy and Resources Institute, Delhi, where he works on climate change policy, low emission growth, and carbon market issues. Mr. Rashmi is a senior retired IAS officer of 1983 batch from Manipur cadre with over 35 years of experience of public service. He superannuated as the Chief Secretary to Government of Manipur in 2018, before which he held the position of Special Secretary to Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. In the Government of India, Mr. Rashmi was India's key climate negotiator under the UNFCCC for several years and was part of the climate change policy making in the run-up to the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Mr. R.R. Rashmi on the stage. I would like to humbly request our respected chair and moderator, Mr. R.R. Rashmi, to please join us up on the stage. I would request our esteemed panelists to please join us up on the stage. Mr. Asangba Chuba Ao, Joint Secretary, ACA DGCA to Ministry of Civil Aviation. Mr. Amitabh Kumar, Joint Secretary to Ministry of Commerce. Ms. Anuradha RV, Partner, Claris Law Associates. Mr. Pedro Barata, Associate Vice President, Carbon Markets and Private Sector, Decarbonization Environmental Defense Fund. Dr. Axel Michaelova, Research Director, Perspectives Climate Research, and Mr. Rajiv Ralhan, Partner Climate and Energy at PwC India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome all the panelists on the stage. Mr. Asangba Chuba Ao, Joint Secretary, ACA DGCA to Ministry of Civil Aviation. I would like to welcome all the panelists on the dais. We are truly looking forward to this conversation. So much of knowledge has been trickled down since morning, and we are looking forward to hear your valuable insights. So over to you, Mr. Rashmi.
Hi, Raju. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, and welcome to this session. First, let me welcome all the panelists here, and we'll be discussing in this session the implications of global carbon market mechanisms for the national climate goals. This is a slightly tenuous relationship. The Paris Agreement allows the countries to fix their own targets, but certainly the international markets can play a role. So we'll try to understand in this session what is the possible role which the global carbon markets can play in helping countries fix their targets, improve their targets, or adopt certain policy measures which can help both the global ambition as well as the national ambition of the countries concerned. There are 2 or 3 dimensions which are very clear to us. You must have heard that the international carbon market mechanisms under the Paris Agreement, which the rules have only been recently finalized, and more or less they are now in place for both Article 6.2 and Article 6.4. So hopefully the markets will now pick up. So what is the implication of the finalization of these rules? The kind of rules which have been put in place, as in the last session we heard the panelists talking about the stringency of the rules, integrity of the credits. So what implications it will have on the national ambition.
Secondly, of course, is the non-NDC uses like CORSIA, which is an extremely, which has emerged as a very significant dimension of the global carbon market, completely independent of what the governments are doing, but it's going to play a very important role as far as the integrity of the credits is concerned, the size of the carbon market. So what role this might play is another issue that we will be discussing. And of course, the perennial issue of the integrity of the credits, the quality of the credits, the price which will drive these the markets, and whether all of these this triad can play a role in helping the nations improve their ambition. So let me first go to Mr. Asungba Ao. He is a Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Civil Aviation. So obviously he is the best candidate to answer the evolution of the CORSIA at the global level and its possible implications for India. India will be perhaps, so we'll hear from him. So my question to you, Mr. Ao, is how do you look at the evolution of CORSIA as an instrument of the global carbon market and its implications for India's climate policy? Of course, in India's emissions intensity target, we don't specifically earmark anything for aviation, but there will be requirements for the Indian aviation industry to look for credits both domestically and globally. So how do you see this policy evolving at the global level, impacting on requirements of the Indian airline industry?
Thank you so much. Very good evening to the chair, other co-panelists, and all the esteemed delegates present here today. I think most of us are familiar with what the CORSIA is. It's basically a carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation. And I think many of us are also familiar that aviation also contributes to, I would say, the challenges on the environmental front, and also seeing the way the aviation sector is growing. Of course, India, we all know, is the fastest growing aviation sector in the world as of now. But aviation throughout the world is also growing at a very rapid pace. And naturally, this it's directly related to the emissions that all the aircraft flying around the world are going to bringing and are likely to bring in the future. And so the environmental challenges are definitely something which I think the whole world is conscious of. And ergo, the reason for something like a CORSIA, which is driven by ICAO, which is now, I would say, we're almost in the mandatory phase now, which we'll be entering in a couple of years' time. So for a country like India, I think, obviously, India being one of the leaders as far as driving I would say, the agenda for a cleaner earth and for a greener world, this obviously is a very important subject. But of course, it has its own challenges. India has, I would say, and in a sector like aviation, there are challenges which probably we will talk as the evening proceeds. But there are challenges as far as policy is concerned. We are aligned to the global targets. We are aligned with what needs to be done as far as making it a greener world. But the challenges do exist, and we have to accept that and then find out ways in how we can overcome those challenges as we go forward. So I think opening remarks would be that, and I think as the evening proceeds, maybe we'll get into more specifics of how aviation, or what the government is doing as far as aviation is concerned, and also how in collaboration with the industry, because aviation is obviously a very highly industry-driven, I would say, sector. So how in collaboration with the industry, how we can take this thing forward. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'll come back to this point. Thank you for mentioning that India will be joining the CORSIA in the mandatory phase from next year. But I'll have a follow-up question on that. I'll come back to you in the second round. let me now go to Mr. Amitabh Kumar, the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce, and he's a very senior officer who has been involved with the indirect income tax policy of the government. One of the key questions which is also emerging in the global markets, in addition to the Article 6 mechanisms, is also the carbon border adjustment mechanism which the industry is faced from the European Union. So what is your assessment of this instrument playing a role in the global carbon market and enforcing a policy change in India?
Yeah, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, and esteemed colleagues, good evening. It's a privilege to address this gathering at Prakriti 2025, which is a platform which brings together global experts, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss the evolving landscape of carbon markets and sustainability-driven economic growth. First of all, I would like to state that we are at a critical juncture in global trade and environmental responsibility, and sustainability is no longer a moral obligation, it's an economic necessity now. And India's economic ambitions are deeply intertwined with its climate commitments, and we are taking bold strides to ensure that growth and sustainability go hand in hand. A key milestone in this journey is the ICM, the Indian Carbon Market, which is launched or being launched under the Carbon Credit Trading Scheme 2023. This initiative is not just a compliance tool, it is a transformative opportunity for industry to integrate carbon efficiency into their business models. Our proactive approach in developing a structured and transparent carbon market will ensure that our industry remains competitive in global trade while aligning with international best practice. The ICM's digital infrastructure, robust verification mechanism, and sectoral expansion will further position India as a leader in the evolving global carbon economy. From a trade perspective, global supply chains are increasingly prioritizing sustainability, and regulations such as the CBAM need to be addressed. And we have in place the EU CBAM, which is already in force insofar as compliance is concerned. The levy will of course come into force from the 1st of January next year. We also have in the pipeline the UK CBAM, which will come into force the year after, that is 27. So as we deliberate on the future of carbon markets at this conference, it is crucial to foster collaboration between government, industry, and, if I may say so, financial institutions as well. We must collectively work towards a carbon market that is not only robust and efficient, but also serves as a catalyst for economic resilience and green growth. I'll address some of the issues later on to specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Amitabh. My question was very specific, but I'll come back in the second round to understand your perspective on that. Ms. Anuradha, R.V. Anuradha, you are an international law expert and currently a partner of the Chloros Law Associates. So let me come back with the follow-up question which I posed to Amitabh to you. Being a legal expert, would you tell us something about what is the legal implication of this kind of a measure which European Union is coming up with, and what impact it might have on the global carbon market? It is certainly going to have an impact on India's policy, but what is, in your view, going to be the impact on the global carbon market policies?
Thank you, sir, and thank you for Mr. Kumar for setting the stage in terms of the challenges that we face both in terms of environment and trade-related issues. And it's actually pretty interesting. The CORSIA is a multilaterally agreed mechanism for the emission reduction in the aviation sector. And ideally, countries should be working towards a multilaterally agreed solution for across sectors. And that was the entire basis for the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. EU, interestingly, when it came up with CBAM, it is the first unilateral measure which puts a price on carbon, and essentially the principle on which it works is price equalization. And the way it works is to say that if EU has a price for its own producers on the emission reductions, any import coming into the EU, initially for 6 sectors, which includes the sectors which will be most affected for India would be steel and aluminium. But of course, it applies to 4 other sectors, which is hydrogen, cement, fertilizers also. And the way it works is to say that any importer into the EU in these sectors, when they are importing products in these categories, which is above 150 euro, would have to, starting as Mr. Kumar was mentioning, starting 26th of January, pay the difference in the price of what was paid in the place of production and what EU has to pay. So, as we heard throughout during the morning session and the previous sessions, carbon dioxide in India is by no means free. It is, we have a number of schemes that are ongoing in terms of, even before the Indian carbon market has come into play. For the last more than a decade, we've had pricing on carbon in the form of the energy saving certificates, the PAT scheme, the renewable purchase obligation, which again places an obligation on purchase of renewables, which also effectively acts as a carbon price. Other than that, there are a bunch of other taxes which are in place, which effectively work towards an effective price on carbon dioxide. When it comes to, however, the way CBAM is working, EU has set for itself, and it has interestingly excluded aviation initially. It will, however, be reviewing this based on what they say would be their evaluation of how effective CORSIA is going to be, and then take into account whether aviation should also be part of CBAM or not. But as of now, aviation is out of CBAM, and hence CORSIA as an international multilaterally agreed mechanism continues to exist. As a unilateral measure, it poses tremendous challenges because clearly unilateral measure would mean playing by EU rules alone, as opposed to any kind of a multilaterally agreed system. The challenges it poses for Indian producers, Indian exporters, is because the way CBAM works is reporting of emission reduction, not only in the production process, but on electricity consumed in that process. And hence, down the supply chain of activities, the necessity to collate data is immense. As we speak, EU, in fact, last week had announced that they would be reviewing whether or not to have such a widespread implication. They are indicating that only perhaps a certain, a small percentage of importers, essentially diluting the requirements of CBAM to make the impact initially on a certain percentage of importers only, roughly around 20%. We don't know how this is going to pan out. As of now, the reporting phase is going on, the transition phase is going on, and Indian exporters are facing the brunt of the data collection in this regard.
Thank you. Thank you. That is quite insightful, and you have touched a number of points there. I'll come back. Mr. Pedro Barata, you are the Associate Vice President of the EDF, and you're also involved with the ICVCM, I learned. So we'll be looking forward to your views on the quality of the carbon credits, which is an issue with the global markets are struggling with. In the compliance market, of course, this issue is not so prominent, but in the voluntary market, yes. And CORSIA having set a standard, how do you see the global markets, both from for the non-NDC uses and in the compliance markets under the Paris Agreement now, the quality issue, how do you think this will be resolved and how it will impact on the national policies? Because in the many of the national climate policies, for example, in India, the renewable energy is given a very high degree of importance. But do you think this is getting reflected in the concerns of quality in the credits at the global level?
So, thank you. First of all, let me just congratulate the organizers and thank them for the invitation to be here. I've been following the workings of the Indian carbon market for the last 2 years, and it's quite a spectacle to see so many people engage in a discussion on carbon markets. So, as it has been mentioned in the previous session, it's clear that we have had, for a number of years, in what we call the international voluntary carbon market, quality issues. And some of these go way back in terms of some of the complaints around the additionality of credits, the quantification of credits. So what I'm seeing now, and I'm sure Axel here next to me will also vouch for that, is that we're seeing overall a hope for a race to the top in terms of credit quality. And that is coming from the VCM side, from the pure voluntary carbon market side, through initiatives like the Integrity Council. We're seeing that the credits that are tagged with our, let's say, label, the CCP label, are actually fetching a quite sizable premium. And we're seeing that also, I think, with the latest guidance coming out of, for example, the Article 6.4 supervisory body, which is actually correcting for older issues that have plagued carbon credits. My hope is that there are several quasi-regulators or regulators, including Corsia, the ICVCM for the voluntary carbon market, and Article 6.4, and that we'll see this race between the three in terms of getting to a certain alignment of the standards. Certainly, the ICVCM is not standing itself up as a competitor to Article 6.4. We serve a different purpose, but it's good to see that merging and that, not merging, but that convergence of quality.
So, okay, so there is a convergence taking place. That's an important point. Let me go to Dr. Axel Michalova now. You are an internationally renowned expert on the carbon markets. So we'll have a lot to learn from you and understand your perspective. What I would like to know from you is, how do you say this? Now the rules for Article 6, both 6.2 and 6.4 are more or less in place. So to what extent do you think this certainty about the rules under the Article 6 mechanisms, this will impact on the national policies in the developed countries and also on the developing countries? Do you think they will be a major driver of the ambition, or they will play only a marginal role?
Thank you very much. And for many years, it has been thought, yeah, Article 6.4 is a kind of utopia, a mirage. It will never work. And now, after Baku, the situation is completely different. We got at the Conference of the Parties a decision on the baseline standard that really opens new grounds for credible international carbon markets. I see many CDM stalwarts in the room and in the corridors, and you know how the CDM market fell down because it was deemed not to be sufficiently credible. In the last 2 years, large segments of the voluntary carbon market internationally fell down because they were not seen as credible. And therefore, it is so important that now we have, with Article 6.4, a new international mechanism that really has huge chances of being credible. And I was completely flabbergasted that the type of mini conference of the party that negotiates in the supervisory body of Article 6.4 was able to get decisions, and these decisions were actually then vetted on the first day of the COP. So the previously really contentious Article 6.4 and also Article 6.2 negotiations could be resolved after almost a decade. And that, of course, now unleashes a lot of potential, because it means that countries who want to use Article 6 credits for the NDCs can do this in a credible manner, and they don't have to fear that they will immediately be reproached for low-quality offsets diluting their national ambition. And that's why I'm really hopeful that we'll now see this upward tendency, this race to the top, and I'm really thinking that Article 6.4 can now become the lighthouse of international carbon markets. And there are various reasons for this. Just 2 weeks ago, the supervisory body was negotiating on the additionality standard. And anyone who has worked on carbon markets and project-based crediting knows that additionality is the Achilles heel of these mechanisms. If you get business as usual projects into these mechanisms, they will inevitably be scrutinized and criticized by the NGOs and the media. You, for example, probably read the report of the Center for Science and Environment on voluntary carbon market problems in India. And now with 6.4, we will have the opportunity for companies to actually buy Article 6.4 credits and then really follow the high end of the market. So I'm quite hopeful that instead of this far-reaching utopia that many people thought is unattainable, we'll now, in the third attempt, have a good international carbon market. And that this will now be used widely around the world to provide offset credits, both on the national level, but also against carbon pricing systems. And I'm even seeing in the EU now movement to at least discuss credits under CBAM. Of course, to what extent it will eventually be accepted and whether it will just be the monetary value or the ton-for-ton value, we don't know. But it's clearly a game changer.
Thank you. That's quite reassuring to hear from you that you now treat 6.4 as the lighthouse of the carbon markets, and hopefully things will now take a positive turn. Mr. Rajiv Ralan, you represent the corporate sector in India, and you're also sitting at the head of the table as far as the revolution of the Indian carbon market is concerned. So what is your take on this? From the Indian corporate perspective, business perspective, do you think global carbon markets will play a role, and they are likely to play a role in evolution of the Indian climate policies, and whether the government of India will look at this development positively in terms of its ambition?
Thank you, Dr. Ashmi. Good afternoon, good evening all. So very important question. You talked about corporate's point of view. I was listening to different viewpoints on CBAM. So if we look at CBAM, I was just wondering, there are two debates maybe moving around with respect to CBAM. Already government is doing a lot of work around that, so no need from my side to comment on that. Ministry of Commerce is here. But I see two perspectives around CBAM here. So when I start thinking about this topic, I get two sentiments. Is it climate-driven trade or it is climate versus trade? That's one. So that's where maybe I'll put my narrative here, that from a technology side of it, if I see CBAM as a catalyst to promote innovation in the segment, what are the positive points when I interact with different stakeholders here? CBAM is creating a kind of a level playing field between European manufacturers as well as global manufacturers. So that's one positive side of looking at it, so that globally different manufacturers adopt it. They adopt best set of technologies, and they are placed at an equal level. So they are not simply supporting their local industries. That's one. The second thing which I see here is that through CBAM, we clearly see that there is a difference between a developing world and developed world. The positive side of it could be that this developed world experience paves the way for faster transition in the developing world. So it's kind of a push to the market to pace this whole energy transition efforts. But now if I go back to that whether CBAM is a barrier for the industry, one part which when we are interacting or what we gauge from industry side is that it's kind of promoting local or supporting local industries, right? So can we compare developed world with the developing world? That's one, because there are limitations in terms of availability of technologies, resources, skills. The developing world is moving forward. So would it be right to equate both developed and developing world at same level? That's one argument which is coming from different set of stakeholders. Then there are institutional challenges as well. So coming back to your point that what is corporate's view, definitely CBAM or these kind of markets, they should act as an enabler to take forward the energy transition agenda. But if it is only creating push in the market, so basically we are looking at both push and pull. So how do we address this issue? That's one part which I see that, and she told about, people talked about that maybe people are talking about diluting some of the aspects going in a phase-wise manner as well. But so these are the two different set of views which maybe we get from the corporates.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajiv. Let me go now for the second round of questions because some clarity is now available on some of these questions. But let me come up with these follow-up ones. To come back to the question of civil aviation sector and the CORSIA, Mr. Rao, you mentioned that India will be joining the mandatory phase of the CORSIA in about 2 years' time now. So what I wanted to know, and for the benefit of the audience also, has the Government of India made any assessment of the total requirement of the credits and the kind of measures which Government of India is thinking of how to help the industry or enable the industry to meet the CORSIA requirements?
Yeah, I think as far as CORSIA is concerned, I think there's basically there are two elephants in the room. One is, of course, the compliance to CORSIA, which is basically to reduce emissions. And that one way to do it is by using fuels that are compliant to CORSIA. So that's one. So the airlines have to use that fuels which will reduce emission. And of course, the second, of course, is the offsetting of it in case you're not able to utilize, use that kind of fuel. So whichever way you look at it, both ways, the challenge is there. We are not unaware of the challenges that are there. The Government of India is also working on both fronts in the sense that one, as far as the SAF, the Sustainable Aviation Fuel is concerned, there is a very, I would say, active progress towards producing SAF in India. And I think many of you are aware of that, and considering the needs of the industry, the Government of India, multiple ministries are working together to see how this, the SAF, and more specifically, SAF that is acceptable within the CORSIA regime is produced and utilized by our airlines within that the mandatory phase. So that's one strategy which we are actively working on. And just to give the audience just a gist of what's happening, the two ministries, basically as far as SAF is concerned, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas and Civil Aviation, we've been sitting together at the highest level, at the ministerial level, and worked out a strategy wherein we have set up a working group and also two sub-working groups. Now the two sub-working groups are, one is on the carbon market and the other is on the sustainable aviation fuel. So these are very actively, I think, very active strategies, I would say, actions that the government is taking. So SAF, as far as SAF is concerned, there is, I think, quite a lot of movement. Our airlines have already, time and again, I would say, shown the capability of using the SAF on the aircraft, whether it is on demo flights or whether it is on ferry flights. It has been happening. The other aspect of it, that's carbon offsetting. This is where probably we still need to work a lot more, because of the fact that as we speak, we don't have an agency or an organization in India which is recognized under the ICAO regime to in a sense to provide the carbon credits, and that is where the challenge is probably. And this is something which we'll have to work with the industry. We have to work out the strategies. We've in fact been in touch with BEE regarding this aspect, and trying to see how we can work together and come up with a solution to that, whether BEE can be the within its broader spectrum, whether the carbon credits, which are, again, I'm just highlighting it, that the carbon credits, because the CORSIA regime is a different regime, which is specifically for aviation. So whether the mechanism that is developed under that will be acceptable to CORSIA regime. So that is the challenges. But like as I mentioned in the beginning, the government of India is actively working interministerial, as well as taking along the industry and all other stakeholders, like our regulators, for example, along this path. And we are quite confident that as far as CORSIA is concerned, we'll be able to meet the deadlines within what has been set. Challenges are there. Of course, the challenges will come in the form of, because we all know that this is going to add to the cost of operations to the airlines. Other than the other aspects, but the major thing which actually, the visible, I would say, the challenge would be that, because at the end of the day, it will be a pass-through to the passengers, to the customers, and which will have to be tackled in a way that is, I would say, which reduces these challenges. So again, government is also working on that. We are looking at strategies, how we can bring down the cost of SAF production, how that will, and also provide other SOPs probably to the oil marketing companies, so that the cost of production of SAF also goes down. But again, that's on the SAF front. But again, on the carbon market front, we'll have to also think about how we can set up an organization within the country which will be able to give us the credits at reasonable prices. Because again, if you have to buy credits from outside the country, it's going to be expensive, and eventually it will again pass through to the passenger. So having, I would say, identified and accepted that there are challenges, the government is actively working towards solutions to all this.
Thank you. That's quite heartening to know. So I'm sure that's a message to Bureau of Energy Efficiency and to the Ministry of Environment. Because the supply of credits will be an issue for the Indian airlines industry, to the extent that SAF will help them meet larger part of the requirement. There is already a positive movement. But the carbon credit issue, yes, will certainly be something which will need to be reckoned with. And there are a number of procedural issues there. So thank you for pointing it out and recognizing this. Amitabhji, you heard both the corporate view and the legal view on the CBAM, and the measures in the global carbon markets that are emerging. So when we are talking about a specific measure like EU CBAM, do you think a mutual recognition of the kind of carbon pricing policy which we follow inside the country? There are a number of carbon pricing instruments here. Do you think that is a solution, or there is something else which needs to be thought about?
Thank you. I'll try answering your question. Of course, you have heard the legal expert as well as the corporate representative and my colleague from civil aviation. He talked of credits being available at a price. I mean, if we start buying credits from outside, it could be very expensive. While the credits, you know, if we just buy it from domestic sources, it could perhaps be cheaper. So anyway, the point that I will speak is like this. CBAM is a legal document, and it has to be interpreted, a deep document which has to be interpreted accordingly. And the industry will have to implement it, and of course the legal people will interpret it. They call it as a climate measure, which is WTO compliant. This is what the document says, the notification which is published in the EU journal, I think. Like we have the Gazette, similarly they also have some this thing. So, and then I'll take you to, you know, the World Bank has also got a, the exposure index to look at the impact of CBAM on BRICS, India, and many other countries. So they talk of CBAM exposure index, which is measured by multiplying the export measure by the embodied carbon payment per dollar of export to the EU or whichever country. The exporter's emission intensity times $100 per ton of carbon price. Now, per dollar of EU export, obviously it's a no-brainer that per dollar of export, the carbon intensity would be more in the case of India than in case of any other country. Not because, I'm not saying that the carbon intensity measured in terms of per ton of crude steel. I am saying carbon intensity measured in terms of per dollar of export, because price points are different in India and in other countries, the developed countries. So that is a very, very important point that is to be noted. Had it been, if you compared the carbon emissions in terms of per ton of crude steel or per ton of aluminum or whichever way, quantity terms, rather than price terms, it would be a different case. The other important point to note is that the document says that its objective is to prevent carbon leakage. And they've defined carbon leakage, and carbon leakage generally understood that the industry shouldn't go out from that jurisdiction and go to some other jurisdiction. So these are some of the important things, but what can we do to mitigate all this is obviously the carbon market which is being developed. Obviously our internal carbon market, domestic carbon market will be in rupee terms. Their carbon market is in euro or dollar terms or whichever currency. So that also makes a big difference, and we have to invest in clean technology, more of recycling, more of a circular economy, but that also requires that we should have easy availability of scrap. You know, there could be barriers to, you know, exporting scrap also. So there are a host of things, and there could be opportunities also, because you know, steel ministry has come up with the green taxonomy, and they're trying to put in place reductions, carbon emission reductions. My sense is that, and of course Mr. Rallan would be able to throw a better light on this, the bigger units perhaps would be able to comply. Obviously it costs. The smaller units, they will have difficulty, and as my colleague Ms. Anuradha said in her intervention, that they want to ensure that 70% to 80% of the exporters or importers, whichever way you look at it, are not required to comply. Now what does that imply? Does that imply that the MSME sector will not be part of the supply chain? You know, they may not be a part of the supply chain directly, but somewhere indirectly they would form a part of the supply chain. So anyway, I'll leave my intervention to this much, and I'll wait for...
Thank you. Thank you. And rather, to come back to that question which you said, that the value chain will also be covered by the CBAM measure. It's not just the emissions of that particular industry or the unit. So how, what do you think is the possible way in which, you know, some legal solution can be found and which can be proposed?
So it is going to be a highly challenging aspect, and I mean the trickiest part is that it is not just about the quantum of emission reduction, because as I mentioned, even if the quantum of emission reduction in an Indian produced steel or aluminium is the same as that in the EU, the CBAM is actually requiring the price differential to be paid to the EU revenue. Now, the question that you correctly asked is, the development of the Indian carbon market will lead to discovery of an Indian price also, and will that help? To a very, very limited extent, because our price of carbon dioxide, whatever we discover, is unlikely to ever reach the price of emission reduction in the EU. So that difference is always going to be there. So therefore, what are the legal ways in which to address this? Ideally, there should have been an agreement on carbon price across jurisdictions. And in fact, the World Trade Organization, the World Bank, IMF, they actually came up with a joint study trying to propose a graded methodology of carbon pricing across countries. Because clearly it's a factor of production. It is going to differentiate, it is going to be different from country to country. So developing countries, based on the scale of development, what should be the carbon price there? And if that carbon price is actually paid, it would be deemed to be equivalent to a satisfaction of the emission reduction obligation. This is something which is embodied in the UNFCCC itself, the Paris Agreement itself, in the sense that if a country has a nationally determined contribution and you are complying with it, then how can another country ask you to pay the differential of what they are required to pay as part of their emission reduction obligation? So that's a fundamental question that is unanswered. How do we address this? Well, there are mechanisms under the UNFCCC in terms of legal mechanisms, but the dispute settlement mechanism under the UNFCCC is something which is not yet fully functional. There are a couple of advisory opinions that have been preferred with the International Court of Justice, which are precisely going to the question of how would you interpret and how would you implement the obligations under UNFCCC, which should perhaps give some guidance for us. But the Indian government needs to think of how to operationalize that mechanism. The reason I say that is because when it comes to the trade front, and the Indian government has indicated that they would consider challenging this at the WTO also. But as we all know, we are living in a global order of a beleaguered WTO. So it's a challenge at the WTO whether it will be effective. Although the EU document, as Mr. Kumar mentioned, does claim that it is WTO compatible, there are studies preceding it in the EU itself which throw into question the fault lines. The US congressional report also indicates that there are clear legal ways in which the CBAM itself can be challenged as incompatible with the WTO. So those are certain areas which can be explored, but ultimately, if we were to look at a diplomatic solution, we will certainly have to address it bilaterally with the EU. The government is considering an FTA, and perhaps that would be one place to have some kind of a solution. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, whether it will be challenged in WTO or not, that is entirely government prerogative. But certainly the markets need to play a role in this. And you said the methodology for carbon pricing, how the countries rate their carbon pricing instruments. Some kind of consensus needs to evolve on this. To go back to Mr. Pedro Barata, you talked of convergence in the standards or in terms of the quality of the credits. I also hear a lot about the carbon rating agencies now. So what role do you think they're going to play in this convergence business and the evolution of standards?
Well, we have a couple of representatives of them here in the room, so I want to be mindful not to step on their toes. I think what we are seeing generally, and the carbon credit rating agencies are a symptom of that. It's a response to the generalized lack of trust in the asset that is being generated. What ICVCM and Article 6.4 supervisory body and CORSIA to a certain extent are doing is they are providing better quality methodologies at the level of methodologies. But as we all know, those who have been in carbon crediting world, a lot of the quality aspects of projects are really determined at a project level. So you have the methodology will certainly fix a lot of issues. It'll fix issues like double counting. It'll fix issues like additionality. But there is a lot yet to be determined finally in the quality of the final product on things such as the quality of the monitoring and reporting and verification that actually takes place on the ground. And that is something that in the ICVCM we cannot at a board level be equipped to look into. The same way that the supervisory board of the Article 6.4 would be ill-equipped to chase after every single project-specific issue. And that's where I think carbon credit rating agencies can be useful in providing information, and just as a disclaimer, not working with any of them, but the ICVCM does have a close relationship to all of the ratings agencies. We try to have as much information coming and base ourselves on their information so that we can assert what is it that we are doing as ICVCM, and I would imagine Article 6.4 supervisory body would do the same, that can have an impact at that project level. The way that ICVCM or Article 6.4 can have impact there is through a better, overall better validation and verification system. But it's beyond our reach to go into each project and check what's going wrong there. And that's where rating agencies can be very, very useful, we think.
Thank you. So it appears that the rating agencies may have a role to play at some stage, of course, depending on the consensus in the decision-making quarters. That's an interesting perspective. Dr. Michalova, I have a very specific question. One of the concerns in the Indian carbon market, as I understand, is that, there is no certainty about the Indian credits, whether we will have enough credits available to meet our NDC targets in future, at least till 2030. Beyond 2030, one doesn't know. So given this uncertainty, there is a certain reluctance on the authorization of these credits. So now you are saying that the Article 6.4 rules having been put in place, the offsets markets might get invigorated, and there may be a certain demand from EU side in the offsets. Do you think this is likely to have a positive impact, or we are going to still be stuck with the CDM era?
Well, I think that 2025 will be the year of operationalization of the Article 6.4 mechanism. And we've now seen the acceleration of really implementation on the ground. The supervisory body will work on the baseline standard. Of course, there are still some open issues like the exact way of doing the downward adjustment, but the principle of downward adjustment has been agreed, and that's a great step forward. We will get the removal standards. Of course, there are critical issues on the duration of monitoring, also the coverage of reversals, but we are going into this good direction, and we will have this within the next 3 months, which means that in the second half of this year, we'll have the first methodologies lining up for approval. And that will be the critical litmus test, because if we get good candidates for the relevant project and activity types for the new era, then I would hope by the end of the year we have that mechanism fully operational, and that means we then have 3 full years before 2030 to really get it going. And if we look back in how the CDM emerged within only 2-3 years, the ingenuity of the private sector will again play. And I don't think we'll have a scarcity of supply of good credits. Where we need to work is to get the substantial long-term demand for those credits. We have Switzerland, for example, that has clear acquisition contracts. We have Japan that wants to buy. We have Korea. We have Sweden. We have the UK. So we have a number of actors. Of course, Singapore becoming now very active because Singapore is the best example to drive the private sector through a significant carbon tax and the possibility to use Article 6 credits against that tax. So once the demand side is sufficient, then the supply will follow. And I don't believe that there is a scarcity of supply. And especially Indian entrepreneurs have always been very clever in mobilizing supply. And of course, I was very glad to see the list of sectors that are eligible for 6.2 and 6.4 in India. I think India set a very good precedent to be on the high end. And with that, I'm really looking forward to Indian entrepreneurship unleashed on these mechanisms.
That's very reassuring, Dr. Michelova. Supply will not be a problem, and there are enough indications that demand will emerge, and enough demand is available. Thank you very much for ending on this good note. Rajat, to come back to you, you are, of course, again the last speaker. From the corporate side, once again, you did say that, the emerging signs from the global markets, they're positive and they are going to act like a catalyst. But you did express concern about the MSMEs, small industries. So what is your recommendation for their integration with the Indian carbon market and eventually with the global carbon market?
So there are two sides of it. So one part, when we talk about MSMEs, if I specifically talk about steel industry, MSME plays an important role. So MSMEs might not be directly supplying their products to European market, but somehow they are supplying to large consumers or large producers, sorry. So in some way, if we see that this cost differential because of some regulations and all that, one argument which we see from the industry side is that maybe for large industries, if there is a differential coming in terms of cost of production, that also puts burden on these small scale industries as well. So it's more about that how do we take a phase-wise approach. So I think that's one key message from my side, that when we are interacting with smaller industries, larger industries, we have to take a holistic view. So one, of course, it's good to segregate between MSME and large industries, but if we take a holistic view of the complete supply chain, we can see that maybe what would be the impact. Now the second part, you talk about linking it with global markets or how do we see it. Of course, you have a lot of experience engaging with many global programs, negotiations. So on some of the aspects, you are the best person to talk about that, how do we integrate it. But one critical part which I feel is important is that we need to address this whole transparency issue, the whole data issue. The way I see here is that through these registries, through different kind of data mechanisms, or we talked about MRV as well, I think that could be first step to create a good amount of database, because all these trading programs, mostly they are made for their specific to local countries, local conditions, or maybe local provinces. So if simply saying that harmonizing program A with program B, it's not that easy. So it's more about that, can we take a step-by-step approach where we have the data principles with us. We set our maybe boundaries, we set principles, and then we agree on some kind of standard methodologies so that we are very well aligned with the global program. This is how I see it, but it's not an easy answer for me to maybe give. that whether harmonization is the best approach to do that. That maybe all of us, we all know the challenges around that. But I think we need to take a phase-wise approach, and then we need to think about different set of stakeholders holistically.
Thank you. We can have maybe a separate discussion on this. But let me end here with the panelists' interventions, and these have been extremely insightful and useful for us. We have overshot our time, but I have sought the indulgence of the organizers to give some an opportunity to the audience as well to ask one or two questions. So I see a hand there. Kindly introduce yourself and name the panelist if you have a particular panelist in mind.
Yeah, hi, I'm Deepak Gupta from Murban Climate Finance. My question is about the quality standards, particularly the additionality part of it. And perhaps, Pedro or Dr. Mishlova can answer that. The ICVCM has recently excluded all renewable energy projects from, the carbon credits. And that unfortunately includes small MSME rooftop solar projects as well. Now, where often the baseline in India is a diesel generator.
Yeah, that's understood, but question.
So the question is that, in the definition of quality, why is non-viability included? It's not getting adopted. The reality is that no rooftop solar is seeing the light of the day, and there is no bilateral agreement signed under Article 6.2.
Okay, Mr. Baratra, would you like to take this question, or Dr. Mishalova?
Yeah, just very short. Now, under Article 6, we have the principle that the activity needs to show that the revenue from the sale of credits makes the critical difference. And of course, we've seen under CDM how barriers were argued. And I think some Indian entrepreneurs were very clever in arguing where barriers apparently existed, but in reality don't exist. I'm giving a personal example. It's not MSME, but a large-scale project. A steel mill in Karnataka. So the steel mill used off gases to produce power. And the steel mill argued, yeah, there's a barrier in building the power plant. And of course, the power plant then has to pay the steel mill for the off gases. That didn't make any sense, but it passed under the CDM. And such things now under the new interpretation will no longer be possible because you need to do an investment test, cover all the criteria, and it's better to have doubtful projects outside of the system. Thank you.
Yes, sir. There.
Yeah, myself, Kandar Mistry, from the utilities perspective. So, sir, recently one draft came from the additionality mechanism, wherein very stringently and very clearly mentioned the regulatory compliance flow chart is also mentioned, and then the financial additionality to be proved. So, that is the clear. But, sir, for the DISCOM perspective, wherein the government legislation for the RPO compliance, we have to purchase the PPO of renewable energy, right? So, clearly said that that project comes not the additionality.
I have understood, so, but it's more or less the same question which...
No, so my question is just different, but the resource adequacy for the DISCOM needs more renewable energy beyond the RPO. So my point is DISCOM should be allowed, even in the Indian carbon market, to get the carbon credits beyond the RPO. That is my point.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's something you should pose to Mr. Saurabh Diddi.
Sure, sure.
Next, any other question?
Yeah, I just wanted to, sorry, because I'm on the board now of the ICVCM, but I was very much implicated in the decision that was named here about the exclusion of renewable energy credits. So beyond what Axel has already mentioned about the history of renewable energy credits, just wanted to make a clarification. The ICVCM did not say that renewable energy projects are not going to get ever CCP label. What it said was the current, i.e. the CDM additionality tool, did not meet our own requirements on additionality. And to a certain extent, we are now very much aligned with what Article 6.4 has just decided with its additionality standard. So my point being, that there is scope, even in India, for renewable energy projects, but they have to be clearly additional, beyond a reasonable doubt, if you want. And given the amount of support and the economics around renewable energy in India, thankfully, we can now say that a lot of projects do not require that support. We just need to find better tools to find out which projects are still additional. Thank you.
Okay. So I see no hands. So let me now thank the panelists. It has been a wonderful discussion. I have learned a lot from you because a number of questions have been answered and clarified. Of course, it's an evolutionary process. Integration of the global markets and their impact on the national policies, it's a long-drawn process. It doesn't happen automatically. And in the Paris Agreement, as all of you know, it's nationally determined. So you interpret the global developments in your own light, in the light of national developments and requirements. So it takes a long time, but some of the developments are extremely positive, and I thank the panelists for throwing light on these new developments, new interpretations, and I do hope that we have clarified, we have been able to clarify some of the doubts that you have. So let me thank once again all the panelists on this panel, and thank you for your patience.
Once again, thank you to all the panelists for sharing their thought-provoking insights with all of us. May I humbly request Mr. Fabio Silva Neme to please join us up on stage and kindly felicitate all our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our chair and moderator, Mr. R.R. Rashmi, Technical Advisory Board Member, International Civil Aviation Organization. Thank you so much, sir, for moderating the session so well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Asangba Chuba Ao, Joint Secretary, ACA DGCA Ministry of Civil Aviation. Mr. Amitabh Kumar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Commerce. Ms. Anuradha Avi, Partner, Claris Law Associates. Mr. Pedro Barata, Associate Vice President, Carbon Markets and Private Sector, Decarbonization Environmental Defense Fund. Dr. Axel Michaelova, Research Director, Perspectives Climate Research. And Mr. Rajiv Ralhan, Partner, Climate and Energy, PwC India. I think we gathered a lot of key takeaways from this discussion. Can we please have a big, big hand for all the panelists, ladies and gentlemen? May I request all the panelists to please come together for a group photo opportunity. Thank you. Thank you so much once again for sharing your wealth of knowledge, expertise, and experience with all of us. We got to learn so much today. Thank you for sharing all the best practices with us. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude officially the day 1 of Prakriti 2025. The first international conference on carbon markets. Well, today marked the beginning of a truly transformative journey towards a sustainable and low carbon future. But this was just the start. Tomorrow promises to have even more thought-provoking sessions. So please make sure that you're here on time. We're going to have a special fireside chat with an award-winning actor and a passionate advocate of environmental sustainability, Miss Dia Mirza. So please make sure tomorrow sharp at 9 a.m. you're here at the Regency Ballroom where you all had your lunch this afternoon. Regency Ballroom, our sessions will happen tomorrow sharp at 9 a.m. One more time, I would like to highlight that tomorrow we are going to have a special fireside chat with the award-winning actor and a passionate advocate of environmental sustainability, Miss Dia Mirza. So please make sure you're here on time. Thank you once again. We are serving some tea and coffee outside. Please make sure that you do grab a cup and recharge yourselves with some caffeine. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you tomorrow, sharp at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, everybody, once again for joining us here today.